Today, I've prepared the biography of Pablo Picasso. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. As you settle into your bed, pulling the covers up just right, let's drift together into the fascinating world of Pablo Picasso, one of the most influential artists of the 20th century. His story begins in the warm coastal town of Malaga, Spain, where the gentle Mediterranean breezes carried the scents of olive groves and sea salt. Close your eyes and imagine those peaceful Spanish evenings as we explore how a young boy with extraordinary talent would grow to revolutionize the art world. Let the soft rhythm of his life story guide you toward peaceful slumber as we wander through the colorful landscapes of his remarkable journey. In the gentle warmth of a Mediterranean autumn, on October 25, 1881, a child was born who would one day transform the very language of art itself in the southern Spanish coastal city of Malaga, where the soft sea breezes carried the scent of jasmine and salt. Maria Picasso y Lopez cradled her newborn son. They named him Pablo Diego José Francisco de Paula Juan Nepomuceno, Maria de los Remedios Cipriano de la Santissima Trinidad Ruiz y Picasso. A name as expansive and flowing as the artistic journey that awaited him. The Picasso household was modest, but filled with appreciation for the arts. Pablo's father, Don José Ruiz y Blasco, was a painter himself, specializing in naturalistic depictions of birds and other wildlife. He served as a professor of art at the School of Crafts and as a curator at a local museum. Imagine the quiet evenings in their apartment, the soft glow of oil lamps illuminating Don José's careful brushstrokes as young Pablo watched with wide, observant eyes. The gentle scratching of bristles against canvas became the lullaby of Pablo's childhood, a soothing rhythm that would echo throughout his life. As a child, Pablo was surrounded by the unhurried pace of Andalusian life. The whitewashed buildings of Malaga gleamed in the generous Spanish sunshine, casting soft shadows across narrow streets where children played and merchants called out their wares in melodious tones. These early sensory experiences, the quality of light, the textures of the ancient city, the cadence of Spanish conversation, all seeped into Pablo's developing consciousness, creating a rich tapestry of memories that would later inform his art. Legend tells us that Pablo's first words were "piz, piz," a childish attempt at saying lápiz, the Spanish word for pencil. Whether true or merely family lore, it speaks to how naturally artistic expression came to him. His father recognized this innate talent and began nurturing it when Pablo was still very young. Imagine the tender scene of a father guiding his son's small hand across paper, teaching him the fundamentals of line and form with infinite patience. The afternoon light streaming through lace curtains, dust motes dancing in golden beams. In those early years, Don Jose would often remove the feet from doves so they would stay still, allowing him to draw them with greater accuracy. He would then pass these models to his son, encouraging Pablo to render them in his own way. This practice, while perhaps strange to modern sensibilities, demonstrates the serious artistic environment in which Pablo was raised. One where observation and technical skill were valued and cultivated with deliberate care. When Pablo was 7 years old, his father began giving him formal training in figure drawing and oil painting. Don Jose believed in traditional academic art education, with its emphasis on precision and realism. The boy would sit for hours, his small fingers learning to hold charcoal and brushes with increasing confidence. The quiet concentration on his face, broken occasionally by a smile of satisfaction when a line captured exactly what he intended. The family's life took a turn in 1891 when Pablo was 10 years old. His father accepted a position at La Lacha, the School of Fine Arts in Barcelona, and the Picasso family left the warm embrace of Malaga for the bustling energy of Catalonia. Picture the family: Pablo, his father and mother, and his 2 younger sisters, Lola and Conchita, making this significant journey by train. The rhythmic clacking of wheels on tracks marked the transition from one chapter of life to another, as landscapes flowed past the windows like dreams, from the arid hills of Andalusia to the more verdant countryside of northern Spain. Barcelona in the late 19th century was a city in transformation. The elaborate structures of Antoni Gaudí were beginning to reshape the urban landscape. The air hummed with political discussions and artistic innovations. For a sensitive child like Pablo, the move must have been both disorienting and exhilarating. The family settled into an apartment on Cara de la Merce, where the sounds of the city, distant church bells, street vendors, the clip-clop of horses on cobblestones, created a new soundtrack for his developing artistic sensibility. At La Lacha, Don Jose taught classes and continued to influence his son's artistic development. According to family stories, which have the soft edges of tales told and retold over generations, the father became increasingly aware of his son's extraordinary talent. There is a particularly touching anecdote that when Pablo was 13, Don Jose came upon his son painting a picture of pigeons. Struck by the skill and maturity evident in the work, he reportedly gave his own brushes and paints to Pablo, declaring that he would never paint again, while perhaps embellished with time. This story captures the essence of a profound moment of recognition between father and son, a gentle passing of the torch from one generation to the next. Tragedy touched the Picasso family in 1895, when Pablo's beloved younger sister, Conchita, died of diphtheria at the age of 7. The loss cast a shadow over the family, particularly affecting the sensitive 14-year-old Pablo. grief has a way of deepening one's perception, of making the ordinary world seem both more precious and more fragile. For Pablo, this early encounter with mortality likely contributed to the emotional depth that would later characterize his work in the quiet nights following Conchita's death. As the family adjusted to her absence, Pablo found solace in his art, channeling his feelings into increasingly expressive drawings. Around this time, Pablo was admitted to Barcelona's prestigious School of Fine Arts, where his father taught. Despite his youth, he was still in his early teens. His talent was undeniable. The school's traditional academic approach emphasized copying the works of great masters and drawing from plaster casts before advancing to live models. Picture the young Picasso in these formal classrooms, surrounded by older students, his quick, confident strokes capturing the essence of classical sculptures, while his mind was already beginning to question and reimagine these traditional forms. By all accounts, Pablo was a precocious student, but not always an obedient one. He chafed against the rigid methodologies of academic art instruction, preferring to follow his own artistic instincts. There's a charming story about how he completed the entrance examination for the advanced class at the academy, a task that typically took students a month. In just a week, his father arranged for him to take the exam, and though Pablo was younger than most applicants, his skill was impossible to deny. In 1897, at the age of 16, Pablo was sent to Madrid to study at the prestigious Royal Academy of San Fernando. Imagine the teenager boarding the train, perhaps with a mixture of excitement and apprehension, his portfolio of drawings tucked under his arm, the landscape of Spain once again unfurling outside the window as he journeyed toward his future. Madrid, with its grand boulevards and magnificent Prado Museum, offered new artistic horizons for the young painter to explore. However, Pablo found the formal instruction at the academy stifling. Instead of attending classes, he spent hours at the Prado, absorbing the works of El Greco, Velázquez, and Goya. In the hushed galleries, with sunlight filtering through high windows and the faint scent of polish and old canvas in the air, Pablo studied how these masters handled light, composition, and human emotion. He filled sketchbook after sketchbook, his pencil moving across the page in thoughtful, measured strokes, as he internalized the lessons these great works had to offer. The Madrid period was short-lived. In the spring of 1898, Pablo fell ill with scarlet fever and returned to Barcelona to recuperate. Picture him during this time of recovery, perhaps sitting wrapped in blankets by a window, watching the changing light across the rooftops of Barcelona, his body weakened, but his artist's eye ever observant. During convalescence, one often notices details that might otherwise be overlooked. The particular pattern of shadows cast by a vase of flowers, the subtle variations in the white of bed linens, the way hands age and tell stories of their own. Upon regaining his health, Pablo began to distance himself from academic art circles, seeking instead the company of Barcelona's avant-garde. He frequented Els Quatre Gats, the Four Cats, a café modeled after Le Chat Noir in Paris, which served as a gathering place for forward-thinking artists and intellectuals. In the smoky, lamplit interior of this establishment, amid animated conversations and the gentle clink of glasses, Pablo found kindred spirits who, like him, were looking beyond traditional artistic boundaries. It was during this period that Pablo began signing his works with his mother's surname, Picasso, rather than his father's name, Ruiz. This choice reflected both his close relationship with his mother and perhaps a desire to forge his own distinct artistic identity. The name Picasso, with its rhythmic repetition of sounds, seemed to suit the bold new direction his art was taking. In 1900, at the age of 19, Pablo made his first trip to Paris, the undisputed center of the art world at that time. Imagine him arriving in the city of light, perhaps overwhelmed at first by its scale and energy. The elegant boulevards lined with trees, the Seine flowing gently under stone bridges, the animated discussions in cafes where artists and writers debated the latest developments in culture and politics. Paris at the turn of the century was alive with possibilities, a place where new ideas about art, literature, and life itself were constantly emerging. During this initial 3-month stay, Pablo lived with a friend, the Spanish artist Carlos Casagemas, in a modest apartment in Montmartre. The two young men immersed themselves in the vibrant artistic scene, visiting galleries, museums, and the studios of established artists. They spent long evenings in animated conversation at cafes like Le Lapin Agile, where the warm glow of gaslights illuminated faces, both famous and soon-to-be famous, and where the air was thick with tobacco smoke and revolutionary ideas about art. This first Parisian sojourn ended on a somber note when Pablo returned to Spain, and shortly thereafter, his friend Casagemas, after being rejected by a woman he loved, took his own life in a Paris cafe. This tragedy deeply affected Pablo and influenced the somber, blue-tinted works that would characterize his so-called blue period in the years to follow. Pablo returned to Paris in 1901, now more determined than ever to establish himself in the heart of the art world. He found lodging in a dilapidated building in Montmartre known as the Bateau Lavoir, or washing boat, due to its resemblance to the Seine River houseboats where laundry was done. The conditions were far from luxurious. The rooms were small and cold, with no running water and minimal amenities. Yet, within these humble surroundings, amid the soft creaking of old wooden floors and the distant sounds of Paris filtering through thin walls, Pablo continued to develop his unique artistic vision. The early years in Paris were marked by financial struggle. Picture the young artist in his sparse studio, perhaps wearing extra layers against the chill, working by the light of a single lamp, making each tube of paint last as long as possible. He sold works when he could, but recognition came slowly. There were days when a simple meal of bread and soup had to suffice, shared perhaps with fellow artists in similar circumstances. Their conversations about art and ambition helping to ward off the cold and hunger. During these formative years, Pablo's style evolved rapidly. The melancholy blue tones that dominated his work following Casagemas's suicide gradually gave way to warmer hues as his circumstances improved and new influences entered his life. He became fascinated with the saltimbanques, itinerant circus performers who existed on the fringes of society, seeing in their nomadic, precarious existence a reflection of his own situation. As a struggling foreign artist in Paris by 1905, Pablo had begun to attract the attention of influential art collectors and dealers, most notably Gertrude Stein and her brothers Leo and Michael, as well as the art dealer Ambience Vollard. Imagine the nervous anticipation Pablo might have felt the first time he brought his canvases to Gertrude Stein's apartment at 27 Rue de Fleuris, where the walls were already hung with works by Cézanne, Matisse, and other modern masters. The approval of this American expatriate writer and her circle represented not just potential financial support, but also intellectual validation of his artistic direction. As the first decade of the 20th century progressed, Pablo's work continued to evolve in ways that would eventually revolutionize Western art. The influences of his early years, his father's technical training, the masterpieces he studied at the Prado, the vibrant street life of Barcelona and Paris, the personal losses he had experienced, all coalesced in his developing artistic vision. Yet even as he moved toward the Cubist innovations that would secure his place in art history, those early experiences in Spain remained a touchstone, a well of imagery and emotion from which he would draw throughout his long and prolific career. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. In the gentle hills of southern Spain, where olive groves stretch toward the horizon and the Mediterranean light bathes everything in a golden glow, the story of Pablo Picasso begins, not with the artist himself, but with generations that came before him. The Picasso family tree extends its roots deep into the Andalusian soil, where time moves slowly and traditions pass from one generation to the next like precious heirlooms. Pablo Ruiz Picasso was born on October 25, 1881, in the coastal city of Malaga, where the sound of waves against the shore created a constant, soothing rhythm that would echo throughout his life. His father, Don José Ruiz y Blasco, was a painter himself, though of a more traditional sort, specializing in naturalistic depictions of birds and other wildlife. José earned his living as a professor of art and curator at the local museum, a respectable position that placed the family firmly within the middle class of Spanish society. The Ruiz family had lived in Malaga for generations, their history intertwined with the city's growth and changes. José's father, Pablo's grandfather, had been a respected craftsman whose gentle hands could transform ordinary materials into objects of beauty and function. This appreciation for craftsmanship, for the patience required to perfect a skill, would later influence young Pablo's approach to his art, even as he broke with tradition in revolutionary ways. Pablo's mother, Maria Picasso y Lopez, came from a family of somewhat greater means. The Picasso name, which Pablo would eventually choose to carry forward, had a certain weight in Malaga society. Maria's father was a wine merchant whose business had prospered enough to provide his family with comfort and security. In those days, the vineyards outside Malaga produced sweet wines that were exported throughout Europe, creating connections between this southern Spanish city and the wider world. In the evenings, as the heat of the day subsided and the air filled with the scent of jasmine, Maria would often tell young Pablo stories of his ancestors. She spoke of great-grandparents who had witnessed the Napoleonic invasion, of distant relatives who had sailed to the Americas seeking fortune, and of family celebrations where music and dance continued until dawn. These stories created for Pablo a sense of belonging to something larger than himself, a continuous thread of human experience stretching back through time. The family home in Malaga was modest, but filled with the richness of daily life. The kitchen was the heart of the house, where Maria prepared traditional Andalusian dishes. Gazpacho cooled in earthenware pots during summer months. Hearty stews that simmered slowly during winter evenings. Pablo would later recall the particular quality of light that filtered through the kitchen windows in late afternoon, casting long shadows across the tiled floor, illuminating dust particles that danced in the air like tiny constellations. Family meals were unhurried affairs, with conversation flowing as freely as the local wine. José would often speak of art and artists, describing techniques and compositions in a way that made them accessible to his young son. These discussions planted seeds in Pablo's mind that would later blossom into his own artistic vision, though one that would depart dramatically from his father's traditional approach. The Ruiz-Picasso family observed the rhythms of Spanish Catholic life, with its feast days and processions marking the passage of time. Young Pablo was particularly fascinated by the Holy Week processions, when elaborately decorated floats bearing religious figures would move slowly through the streets of Malaga. The solemn pace, the flickering candles, the somber music, all created an atmosphere of reverence and mystery that made a deep impression on the boy. Years later, elements of these religious pageants would appear transformed in his paintings, the sacred reimagined through his unique perspective. When Pablo was still quite young, the family faced economic challenges that necessitated a move from Malaga to La Coruña in northwestern Spain, where José had secured a teaching position. The contrast between the sun-drenched Mediterranean coast and the misty, green landscape of Galicia could not have been more pronounced. The family had to adapt to new customs, different foods, and the soft, persistent rain that seemed so foreign after the dry heat of Andalusia. During these years in La Coruña, Pablo's father continued his artistic education, recognizing in his son an extraordinary talent that surpassed his own. There is a touching family story that has been passed down through generations. When Pablo was 13, José asked him to complete a painting of pigeons that he had begun. After watching his son work, José was so moved by the boy's natural ability that he gave Pablo his own palette and brushes, declaring that he himself would never paint again. While this tale may have grown in the telling, it speaks to the profound respect that developed between father and son, and the early recognition of Pablo's exceptional gifts. The family's journey continued to Barcelona, where the vibrant Catalan culture offered new influences and inspirations. Barcelona, at the turn of the century, was experiencing its own artistic renaissance, with the magnificent buildings of Antoni Gaudí rising throughout the city, and a spirit of modernism infusing everything from architecture to literature. The Picasso family found themselves in an environment that valued creativity and innovation, qualities that would serve young Pablo well. In Barcelona, the family's apartment was located near the Gothic Quarter, where medieval buildings created a labyrinth of narrow streets and unexpected plazas. Pablo would wander these streets for hours, absorbing the architectural details, the play of light and shadow, the human dramas unfolding in public spaces. His mother would sometimes worry when he returned home late, but his father understood this need to observe and internalize the world around him. The Picasso family maintained certain traditions from their Andalusian heritage, even as they embraced their new surroundings. Maria continued to prepare the dishes of her childhood, filling their Barcelona home with the aromas of saffron, olive oil, and garlic. On special occasions, she would make paella, the preparation of which became a family ritual. The washing of rice, the careful layering of ingredients, the patient tending of the wide, shallow pan as the dish slowly came together. Throughout these years of transition and adaptation, the family remained close-knit, providing Pablo with the emotional security that allowed his creative spirit to flourish. His younger sister, Lola, born in 1884, shared some of his artistic sensibility and became one of his earliest models. The siblings developed a special bond, with Lola often defending her brother's unconventional ideas and choices to their more traditional relatives. As Pablo grew older and began to establish himself as an artist in his own right, first in Barcelona and then in Paris, he carried with him the cultural heritage of his Spanish upbringing, the passionate intensity of Spanish emotion, the appreciation for both the tragic and the celebratory aspects of life, the understanding of art as an essential rather than a luxury. All these elements of his heritage informed his work, even as he moved in increasingly avant-garde circles during his early years in Paris, living in the bohemian neighborhood of Montmartre. Pablo would sometimes prepare simple Spanish dishes for his friends, recreating the flavors of home in his modest studio. These meals became occasions for sharing not just food, but stories of his childhood in Spain, tales that grew more mythic and nostalgic with each telling. His French friends were enchanted by his descriptions of Andalusian festivals, of flamenco performances where dancers seemed possessed by duende, that ineffable spirit of earthly passion and awareness of death throughout his long life. Even as he became increasingly cosmopolitan and internationally renowned, Picasso maintained connections to his Spanish roots. The suffering of his homeland during this conflict resonated with him on a personal level, touching those early memories of family and place that remained vivid despite the passing years. In his personal life, too, elements of his cultural background remained evident. His relationships with women often reflected traditional Spanish attitudes about gender roles. Even as he moved in artistic circles that were ostensibly progressive, the combination of passion and possessiveness that characterized many of his romantic attachments had its roots in the cultural patterns he had observed in his youth. As Pablo's artistic style evolved through his Blue Period, Rose Period, and eventually into Cubism and beyond, traces of his heritage remained visible to those who knew how to look for them. The earth tones of Spanish landscape, the sharp contrasts of light and shadow characteristic of Mediterranean sun, the bold outlines reminiscent of Spanish folk art. All these elements appeared, transformed but recognizable throughout his work. During these formative years, Pablo's style evolved rapidly. The melancholy blue tones that dominated his work following his friend Casagemas's suicide gradually gave way to warmer hues as his circumstances improved and new influences entered his life. He became fascinated with the saltimbanques, itinerant circus performers who existed on the fringes of society, seeing in their nomadic, precarious existence a reflection of his own situation. As a struggling foreign artist in Paris, these figures, with their painted faces and elaborate costumes, also connected to memories of the street performers he had watched as a child in the plazas of Malaga and Barcelona. By 1905, Pablo had begun to attract the attention of influential art collectors and dealers, most notably Gertrude Stein and her brothers Leo and Michael, as well as the art dealer Ambience Vollard. Imagine the nervous anticipation Pablo might have felt the first time he brought his canvases to Gertrude Stein's apartment at 27 Rue de Fleurs. where the walls were already hung with works by Cézanne, Matisse, and other modern masters. The approval of this American expatriate writer and her circle represented not just potential financial support, but also intellectual validation of his artistic direction. Despite his growing success in Paris, Pablo maintained correspondence with his family in Spain, writing letters that mixed news of his artistic endeavors with inquiries about family matters and local happenings. His parents, particularly his mother, saved these letters carefully, recognizing their importance as documentation of their son's developing career. Maria would read them aloud to visitors, her voice swelling with pride, even when she didn't fully understand the artistic movements her son described. As Pablo's fame and fortune grew, he was able to provide financial support to his family, ensuring that his parents could live comfortably in their later years. This filial responsibility was deeply ingrained in Spanish culture, and Pablo took it seriously despite the geographical distance that separated him from his family. When his father died in 1913, Pablo experienced a profound grief that temporarily affected his ability to work, demonstrating the enduring emotional bonds that connected him to his family. The cultural heritage that Pablo carried with him throughout his life was not simply a matter of artistic influence or nostalgic memory. It was a fundamental aspect of his identity, shaping his perceptions, his values, and his interactions with the world. The boy from Malaga remained present within the internationally celebrated artist, informing his work in ways both obvious and subtle. As the first decade of the 20th century progressed, Pablo's work continued to evolve in ways that would eventually revolutionize Western art. The influences of his early years, his father's technical training, the masterpieces he studied at the Prado, the vibrant street life of Barcelona and Paris, the personal losses he had experienced, all coalesced in his developing artistic vision. Yet even as he moved toward the Cubist innovations that would secure his place in art history, those early experiences in Spain remained a touchstone, a well of imagery and emotion from which he would draw throughout his long and prolific career. In the quiet evening hours, as we reflect on the journey of this remarkable artist, we might imagine young Pablo sitting at his family's table in Malaga, listening to the stories of his ancestors, watching the play of light across whitewashed walls, absorbing the rhythms and textures of a life that would provide the foundation for his revolutionary art. In that peaceful domestic scene lies the beginning of a creative journey that would transform our understanding of what art could be, connecting the intimate world of family and tradition to the universal language of human experience. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. In the warm coastal city of Malaga, Spain, nestled against the Mediterranean Sea, a young Pablo Picasso opened his eyes to the world on October 25, 1881, the gentle rhythm of waves lapping against the shore created a soothing backdrop to his earliest days, a constant whisper that would echo throughout his memories in the years to come. The city itself was bathed in a golden light that is particular to southern Spain, where the sun seems to embrace everything it touches with a special kind of warmth, casting long, soft shadows across narrow streets and illuminating the whitewashed buildings with a glow that changed from pale yellow in the morning to deep amber as evening approached. The Picasso family home on Plaza de la Merced was a modest apartment filled with the gentle sounds of domestic life. His mother Maria's soft humming as she prepared meals in the kitchen, the rhythmic scratching of his father José Ruiz Blasco's pencil on paper as he worked on his own paintings and drawings. The apartment was neither spacious nor grand, but it was filled with the treasures that would shape young Pablo's sensibilities: sketchbooks, paintbrushes, canvases, and the ever-present scent of linseed oil that hung in the air like a familiar perfume. From the windows of their home, Pablo could observe the daily theater of life in the plaza below. In the early morning hours, market vendors would arrive with carts of fresh produce, oranges and lemons from local groves, their bright colors and sweet tart fragrance rising up to the family's windows. Fishermen would bring their morning catch, still glistening with seawater, laid out on beds of crushed ice that melted slowly in the warming day. The voices of the merchants calling out their wares created a gentle symphony that rose and fell with the passing hours. The plaza itself was a gathering place where neighbors would stop to exchange unhurried conversations, where children played games of tag and marbles in the dust, and where on warm evenings families would stroll together, enjoying the cooler air that came with twilight. The pace of life in Malaga moved with a certain languid quality, following the natural rhythms of the sun and sea rather than the mechanical tick of a clock. Time seemed to expand in the heat of the afternoon, when shops would close for siesta and streets would empty, only to contract again in the evening when people emerged to enjoy the cooler hours. Inside the Picasso home, daily routines unfolded with comforting predictability. Meals were taken together, simple but nourishing fare: fish stews fragrant with saffron and garlic, bread still warm from the baker's oven, olive oil pressed from local harvests that had a grassy, peppery finish that tingled on the tongue. Pablo's father would often sketch during these family gatherings, his hands moving across paper with a fluidity that young Pablo watched with wide-eyed fascination. It was in these quiet domestic moments that Pablo first began to understand the magic of creation, of making something appear where before there had been nothing. The sounds of home were gentle and reassuring, the soft creak of wooden furniture that expanded and contracted with the changing temperature, the distant chiming of church bells marking the hours, the cooing of doves that nested in the eaves of buildings around the plaza. At night, when the city quieted, there might be the faint strumming of a guitar from a neighboring apartment, or the low murmur of his parents' voices as they talked into the evening. The textures of Pablo's childhood world were rich and varied. The cool smoothness of tile floors against bare feet on hot summer days. The rough plastered walls that caught the changing light in fascinating patterns. The soft cotton of his bedsheets, washed with lavender water, that helped him drift into peaceful sleep. His fingers would have known the grainy feel of drawing paper, the slick wetness of paint, the chalky residue of pastels, tactile experiences that connected him to the materials of art from his earliest days when Pablo was still quite young. The family moved to the northern Spanish city of A Coruña, where his father had secured a teaching position at the School of Fine Arts. The transition from the sun-drenched Mediterranean coast to the misty, verdant landscapes of Galicia brought new sensory experiences for the developing child. Here, the air carried the tang of salt and seaweed from the Atlantic Ocean, but it was cooler, often shrouded in a fine mist that softened the outlines of buildings and trees, creating a world of gentle, blurred edges. Their new home was another modest apartment, this one with views of the harbor where fishing boats would return with their catches, their sails billowing softly in the breeze before being furled for the night. The sound of foghorns in the distance became part of the auditory landscape of Pablo's childhood. Their low, mournful calls seeming to emerge from nowhere on days when the mist was thick enough to obscure the horizon. The rhythm of life in A Coruña was measured by the tides and the fishing fleet, by the academic calendar of his father's school, by the slow changing of seasons that brought different qualities of light and air. Winters were mild but damp, with rain that fell in a soft, persistent patter against window panes, creating rivulets that Pablo would trace with his finger, watching how they joined and separated in patterns that seemed to hold some secret meaning. The Picasso family apartment in A Coruña became a gathering place for his father's colleagues and students, filling their home with conversations about art and technique, discussions that flowed around young Pablo like a gentle stream. He would sit quietly, absorbing the cadence of adult conversation, the passionate debates about light and shadow, perspective and composition, color and form. These discussions were not directed at him, but they seeped into his consciousness nonetheless, laying the groundwork for his own artistic understanding. In this northern city, Pablo began his formal education, walking each day to a school where the classrooms were often chilly, warmed only by small braziers that gave off just enough heat to take the edge off the dampness. The scratch of chalk on blackboards, the rustle of paper, the collective murmur of children reciting lessons. These formed the soundtrack of his school days. But it was the moments when he could draw that brought him the deepest satisfaction, when he could lose himself in the act of creation, time slowing to a peaceful crawl as his pencil moved across paper. When Pablo was 13, the family moved again, this time to Barcelona, a bustling port city that offered a striking contrast to both Malaga and A Coruña. Here, the urban landscape was dense and complex, with narrow medieval streets opening suddenly into grand plazas, Gothic cathedrals rising above crowded neighborhoods, and the constant hum of a city in the midst of industrial and cultural transformation. The family settled in an apartment near the Gothic quarter, where the buildings leaned toward each other across narrow streets, creating intimate spaces where neighbors lived in close proximity. From their windows, they could hear the calls of street vendors, the clatter of horse-drawn carriages on cobblestones, the conversations of passers-by that rose up from below like drifting smoke. The city had a pulse, a rhythm that was more urgent than what Pablo had known before, yet still fundamentally Mediterranean in its approach to time and pleasure. Barcelona in the 1890s was a city embracing modernity while still honoring tradition, and this tension created a vibrant cultural atmosphere that would prove deeply influential for the young artist. The scent of progress mingled with the aroma of history, the smoke from factory chimneys drifting over ancient stone walls, the smell of printing ink from newspapers announcing the latest developments existing, alongside the incense that had perfumed church interiors for centuries. The Picasso family's apartment in Barcelona was filled with light that filtered through tall windows, illuminating dust motes that danced in the air like tiny constellations. The rooms echoed with the sounds of a household engaged with art and ideas. Discussions about exhibitions and techniques, the occasional visit from students or colleagues of Pablo's father, the rustle of newspapers bringing news from Madrid and Paris. The textures of Barcelona surrounded young Pablo. The rough stone of ancient buildings worn smooth by centuries of hands, and whether the polished wood of cafe tables where artists and intellectuals gathered, the cool marble of public fountains where water had flowed continuously since Roman times. The city offered a tactile education in history and aesthetics, a physical connection to the past that coexisted with the energy of the present. As Pablo grew into adolescence, he began to explore the city on his own, wandering through neighborhoods where artisans practiced traditional crafts, glassblowers creating delicate vessels that caught and transformed light, weavers working at looms whose rhythmic clacking had a hypnotic quality, metalworkers whose hammers created a gentle percussion that echoed down narrow streets. These craftspeople, working with practiced hands and inherited knowledge, demonstrated a different kind of artistry than what he saw in his father's academic world, one rooted in material and function as much as in beauty. The cafes of Barcelona became important spaces in Pablo's developing world. Places like Els Quater, Gats, the Four Cats, welcomed artists and writers, creating environments where ideas flowed as freely as the local wine. In these spaces, the air was thick with tobacco smoke and animated conversation, with the clinking of coffee cups and the occasional burst of laughter. Time seemed to expand in these cafes, where afternoons could stretch into evenings, and discussions about art and politics, philosophy and poetry would unfold at a leisurely pace, without urgency or conclusion. The natural environment around Barcelona offered yet another dimension to Pablo's sensory education. The city was embraced by hills on one side and the Mediterranean on the other, creating a landscape of contrasts. The dense urban center giving way to more open spaces where the scent of pine trees and wild herbs carried on the breeze. From certain vantage points, one could see both the intricate human construction of the city and the eternal presence of the sea, a juxtaposition that suggested different scales of time and meaning. The changing seasons brought different qualities of light to Barcelona. The harsh clarity of summer, when shadows were sharply defined, and colors seemed to vibrate with intensity. The softer, more diffuse illumination of autumn, when golden light seemed to soak into the stone of buildings. The crystalline winter light that revealed details with surprising precision, and the gentle awakening of spring, when new growth softened the urban landscape with touches of green. Throughout these formative years, Pablo's father remained his first and most important teacher, guiding his technical development while recognizing and nurturing his extraordinary talent. Their relationship had a particular rhythm. Periods of formal instruction, alternating with times when the elder Picasso would step back, allowing his son to discover his own path. The sound of his father's voice offering gentle correction or unexpected praise became part of Pablo's internal landscape, a presence that would remain with him long after their physical separation. The Picasso family home, wherever it was located, maintained certain constants that provided stability amid their various moves. There were always art materials available, creating a physical environment where creativity was not just permitted, but expected. There were books and periodicals that connected them to broader cultural conversations, bringing ideas from Madrid and Paris into their daily lives. There were family meals where conversation flowed easily, where Pablo could listen and absorb the adult world while being nurtured in body and spirit. As evening falls, and we imagine young Pablo preparing for sleep in his childhood bed, perhaps we can picture the play of shadows on his bedroom wall, cast by a single candle or oil lamp. In that gentle, flickering light, the ordinary objects of his room, a chair, a table, perhaps a simple vase, would have been transformed, their shapes elongated and distorted in ways that might have suggested new possibilities of seeing and representing the world. As his eyes grew heavy and his breathing deepened, these shifting images would have merged with his dreams, creating connections between the conscious and unconscious mind that would later emerge in his revolutionary approach to art. The physical and social environment of Pablo Picasso's childhood was not simply a backdrop to his development, but an active participant in it, providing the raw material from which he would construct his understanding of the world and his place within it. The sensory richness of his early years, the quality of light in Malaga, the misty atmosphere of A Coruña, the urban energy of Barcelona, created a reservoir of experience that would nourish his artistic vision throughout his long and prolific career. In these quiet moments of reflection, as we drift toward sleep ourselves, we might appreciate how the ordinary elements of daily life, light and shadow, sound and silence, texture and color, can shape extraordinary talent when experienced through receptive senses and an open heart. The boy who would become Picasso absorbed these elements like a sponge, transforming them through his unique genius into art that would change how we see the world, while always carrying within him the sensory memories of those Spanish childhood days, a foundation as solid and nurturing as the earth itself. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. As evening falls, and we imagine young Pablo preparing for sleep in his childhood bed, perhaps we can picture the play of shadows on his bedroom wall, cast by a single candle or oil lamp. In that gentle, flickering light, the ordinary objects of his room, a chair, a table, perhaps a simple vase, would have been transformed, their shapes elongated and distorted in ways that might have suggested new possibilities of seeing and representing the world. As his eyes grew heavy and his breathing deepened, these shifting images would have merged with his dreams, creating connections between the conscious and unconscious mind that would later emerge in his revolutionary approach to art. The physical and social environment of Pablo Picasso's childhood was not simply a backdrop to his development, but an active participant in it, providing the raw material from which he would construct his understanding of the world and his place within it. The sensory richness of his early years, the quality of light in Malaga, the misty atmosphere of A Coruña, the urban energy of Barcelona, created a reservoir of experience that would nourish his artistic vision throughout his long and prolific career. In these quiet moments of reflection, as we drift toward sleep ourselves, we might appreciate how the ordinary elements of daily life, light and shadow, sound and silence, texture and color, can shape extraordinary talent when experienced through receptive senses and an open heart. The boy who would become Picasso absorbed these elements like a sponge, transforming them through his unique genius into art that would change how we see the world, while always carrying within him the sensory memories of those Spanish childhood days, a foundation as solid and nurturing as the earth itself. Young Pablo's formal education began gently, like the first brushstrokes on a pristine canvas. His father, Don Jose Ruiz y Blasco, was himself an artist and teacher, specializing in naturalistic depictions of birds and other wildlife. Imagine the tender scene of father and son, sitting together in the soft glow of morning light, as Don Jose guided Pablo's small hand across paper, teaching him the fundamentals of line and form. The patience of the father matched the curiosity of the son, creating a harmonious rhythm of learning that flowed like a peaceful stream through Pablo's early years. By the age of 7, Pablo was receiving formal training in figure drawing and oil painting from his father. Picture the child, his dark eyes serious with concentration, his breathing steady and focused as he learned to mix pigments, to prepare canvases, to clean brushes with the careful attention that would become a lifelong habit. These were not merely technical skills being imparted, but a way of seeing, of being in the world with heightened awareness of visual relationships, of the dance between light and shadow that reveals the essence of things. When the family moved to La Coruña in 1891, Pablo was enrolled in the School of Fine Arts. Here, in the cool, stone-walled classrooms that smelled of chalk and paper and possibility, he studied drawing with quiet diligence. The curriculum was traditional, emphasizing accurate representation and classical techniques. Young Pablo would spend hours copying plaster casts of ancient sculptures, training his eye and hand to work in harmony, learning the rules that he would later transform and transcend. His teachers noted his exceptional ability, the way his drawings seemed to capture not just the appearance of things, but something of their inner nature, their quiet dignity and presence. In these formative years, Pablo's mind was like a garden in spring, receptive to all manner of influences. He would wander through museums, his footsteps echoing softly in the hushed galleries, absorbing the work of Spanish masters like Velázquez and El Greco. These influences settled into his consciousness like seeds waiting to germinate, their essence mingling with his own developing sensibility. The elongated figures of El Greco, with their spiritual intensity and emotional power, made a particularly deep impression, resonating with something in Pablo's own temperament, his own way of experiencing the world. When the Ruiz family moved to Barcelona in 1895, Pablo's artistic education entered a new phase. At 13, he passed the entrance examination for the School of Fine Arts, known as La Lacha, where his father had been appointed professor. Imagine the gentle pride Don Jose must have felt as his son, still a boy with soft cheeks and wondering eyes, demonstrated skills that surpassed many adult students. The story goes that when Don Jose saw his son's examination drawings, he gave Pablo his own palette and brushes and vowed never to paint again, recognizing that his child had already surpassed him in talent and vision. At La Lacha, Pablo studied under rigorous academic instructors who taught according to established traditions. The curriculum emphasized drawing from plaster casts and live models, copying old masters and absorbing the principles of composition and perspective that had been refined over centuries. Picture the teenage Pablo in these high-ceilinged studios, the northern light falling softly through tall windows as he sat before his easel, his breathing calm and measured, his hand moving with increasing confidence across paper or canvas. Yet even as he mastered these traditional approaches, something in Pablo resisted complete conformity. His mind was too restless, too filled with questions and possibilities to be contained within established boundaries. He began to spend more time in Els Quatre Gats, a cafe modeled after Le Chat Noir in Paris, where Barcelona's avant-garde artists and intellectuals gathered to share ideas and dreams. In this warm, lamplit space, filled with the murmur of conversation and the gentle clink of glasses, Pablo found a community that nurtured his growing sense of artistic independence. Here, he met artists like Santiago Rusiñol and Ramon Casas, who introduced him to the currents of modernism flowing through European art. Their conversations, drifting like smoke through the evening hours, opened new horizons in Pablo's imagination. They spoke of symbolism and Art Nouveau, of the need to find fresh ways of expressing the complexities of modern experience. Pablo listened, absorbing these ideas like a sponge, his mind transforming them even as he took them in, adapting them to his own unique vision. In 1897, Pablo moved to Madrid to study at the prestigious Royal Academy of San Fernando. Picture him arriving in the capital city, his heart beating with excitement beneath his simple coat, his eyes wide with anticipation of all he would learn and discover. The Academy was Spain's foremost art institution, with a distinguished history and rigorous standards. Yet Pablo found its teaching methods rigid and uninspiring, too focused on copying the works of others rather than developing one's own voice and vision. Instead of attending classes regularly, he spent hours in the Prado Museum, where the masterpieces of Spanish painting created a silent symphony of color and form. Imagine him standing before Velázquez's Las Meninas, lost in contemplation of its complex spatial relationships and psychological depth, or gazing at Goya's dark, haunting black paintings, feeling their emotional intensity resonate within his own soul. These encounters were not passive, but active engagements, conversations across time between artists of different eras, but kindred spirits. After less than a year in Madrid, Pablo returned to Barcelona, his formal education essentially complete, but his intellectual and artistic development continuing to unfold at its own pace and in its own direction. He began to frequent more avant-garde circles, his mind drawn to the ferment of new ideas that characterized the fin de siècle period. The theories of Nietzsche and Schopenhauer, the symbolist poetry of Mallarmé and Verlaine, the revolutionary music of Wagner, All these influences flowed into his consciousness, creating a rich, complex inner landscape from which his art would emerge. In 1900, at the age of 19, Pablo made his first trip to Paris, the city that would become his primary home and the center of his artistic life. Imagine him stepping off the train at Gare d'Orsay, his heart quickening at the thought of all he would discover in this fabled city of light and art. He visited the Paris Exposition Universelle, where the latest achievements in art, science, and technology were on display. He wandered through galleries and museums, absorbing the work of the Impressionists and Post-Impressionists, artists who had already begun to break with traditional modes of representation in ways that resonated with his own evolving vision. Back in Spain, Pablo continued to develop his technical skills while beginning to find his own distinctive voice as an artist. His early works show the influence of artists like Toulouse-Lautrec and Edvard Munch, with their emphasis on line, their emotional intensity, and their interest in the margins of society. He was drawn to subjects that revealed the quiet dignity of ordinary people, particularly those who lived in poverty or experienced suffering. These works, executed in somber blues and greens, reflect his growing social consciousness and his empathy for the vulnerable and dispossessed. In 1901, Pablo's dear friend Carlos Casagemas committed suicide, an event that profoundly affected the young artist and contributed to the melancholy mood of his so-called blue period. Imagine Pablo in his studio during these years, working by the gentle light of an oil lamp, his brushes moving slowly and deliberately across canvas as he created images of mothers and children, beggars, prisoners, and other figures marked by loss or loneliness. These paintings, with their elongated forms reminiscent of El Greco and their emotional intensity, reflect his deep engagement with human suffering and his search for a visual language adequate to express the complexities of the human condition. As Pablo moved into his Rose period around 1904, his palette lightened and his subjects shifted to include circus performers, acrobats, and harlequins, figures who lived on the margins of society, but whose lives contained moments of grace and beauty, as well as hardship. Picture him in his studio in the Bateau Lavoir, a dilapidated building in Montmartre, where many artists lived and worked, mixing his paints with careful attention, seeking just the right shade of pink or rose to capture the gentle melancholy of these nomadic entertainers. His brush strokes became more fluid, his compositions more harmonious, suggesting a growing confidence in his artistic vision and his technical abilities. During these years, Pablo was also absorbing the influence of non-Western art forms, particularly African sculpture, which he encountered in museums and private collections. The bold simplifications, the geometric stylization, the expressive power of these works resonated deeply with his own search for new ways of seeing and representing the world. Imagine him holding a tribal mask in his hands, feeling its weight and texture, studying the way its creator had distilled human features to their essential forms, creating an image that was not naturalistic, but powerfully evocative. This encounter with African art, combined with his ongoing dialogue with contemporary artists like Georges Braque, led to the development of Cubism. Perhaps Pablo's most revolutionary contribution to the history of art, in works like Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, 1907. He began to break down and reassemble forms in ways that challenged conventional notions of representation, creating images that presented multiple perspectives simultaneously, that fragmented and reconfigured the visible world to reveal its underlying structures and energies. Throughout these years of intense artistic exploration and innovation, Pablo continued to read widely and to engage with the intellectual currents of his time. He was not a systematic thinker, but an intuitive one, absorbing ideas and transforming them through his unique sensibility. His friendships with poets like Guillaume Apollinaire and Max Jacob, with composers like Eric Satie, and with other artists, created a rich intellectual environment in which his ideas could develop and mature. As we drift toward sleep, contemplating the remarkable journey of Pablo Picasso, from precocious child to revolutionary artist, we might reflect on the way his education, both formal and informal, shaped his development. The technical skills he learned from his father and his academic teachers provided a foundation upon which he could build his innovations. The intellectual and artistic influences he absorbed, from El Greco to African sculpture, from Nietzsche to the circus performers of Paris, all contributed to the rich complexity of his vision. Yet what made Picasso truly extraordinary was not just what he learned, but how he transformed what he learned through the alchemical process of his own genius. He took in the world with all his senses, the visual splendor of Malaga's sunlight, the somber grays of Barcelona's Gothic quarter, the vibrant energy of Montmartre's cafes and cabarets, and recreated it according to his own inner vision, his own understanding of what art could be and do in the modern world. As our eyelids grow heavy and our thoughts begin to drift, we might imagine the young Pablo finally falling asleep in his childhood bed, his mind filled with images and ideas that would one day transform the course of art history. In his dreams, perhaps, the ordinary objects of his room would continue to shift and change, revealing possibilities that his waking mind would later explore and develop. And as we follow him into sleep, we carry with us a deeper appreciation of how education, in its broadest sense, can nurture and shape extraordinary talent, providing both the skills and the freedom necessary for true innovation. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. From the very beginning, Pablo Picasso was surrounded by figures who nurtured his immense talent, guiding his hand and shaping his vision. The first, and perhaps most foundational influence, was his father, José Ruiz Blasco, a painter and art teacher who recognized his son's extraordinary gift long before the world took notice. José was a traditional artist, specializing in realistic depictions of birds and still lifes, and he instilled in young Pablo the importance of discipline and technique. Every evening, as the golden light of Malaga softened into dusk, father and son would sit together in their modest home, sketching and studying the forms of everyday objects. José would carefully correct his son's lines, teaching him the fundamentals of proportion, shading, and composition. But even then, there was something different about Picasso's work, an energy, a boldness that went beyond mere imitation. José, though rooted in tradition, did not suppress this spark. Instead, he nurtured it, handing over his own brushes and paints to his son when he was still just a boy, as if passing the torch of artistic legacy. As Picasso grew older, his world expanded beyond the walls of his family home, and new mentors emerged to shape his artistic journey. One such figure was his uncle, Dr. Salvador Ruiz, who financed his early studies and encouraged him to pursue formal training. With his father's blessing, Picasso enrolled at the School of Fine Arts in Barcelona, where he quickly surpassed the skills of his peers. There, he encountered another guiding figure, Professor Antonio Muñoz de Grain, a respected painter who saw the young artist's potential and granted him permission to skip ahead in his studies. De Grain's approach was freer than that of Picasso's father, encouraging his students to experiment with color and form. Under his guidance, Picasso began to loosen his brushstrokes, allowing emotion and intuition to guide his hand. But it was in Barcelona's vibrant bohemian circles that Picasso found his next great mentor, the painter and writer Santiago Rusiñol, a central figure in the Catalan Modernisme movement. Rusiñol introduced Picasso to a world of poetry, philosophy, and avant-garde art. The two would often meet in the dimly lit cafes of the Gothic Quarter, where Rusiñol would speak passionately about the need for art to break free from convention. His words resonated deeply with Picasso, who was already restless under the constraints of academic training. Through Rusiñol, he was exposed to the works of El Greco, whose elongated figures and dramatic use of light would later influence Picasso's Blue Period. More than just a teacher, Rusiñol became a friend, offering both artistic guidance and emotional support during Picasso's early struggles. When Picasso moved to Paris in 1900, he entered a world teeming with new influences. The city was a crucible of creativity, and among its many artists, one stood out as a particularly important mentor, Max Jacob, a poet and critic who became one of Picasso's closest confidants. Jacob, with his sharp wit and encyclopedic knowledge of art history helped Picasso refine his ideas about modernism. They shared a cramped apartment in Montmartre, where Jacob would recite poetry late into the night, while Picasso sketched by candlelight. It was Jacob who introduced him to the works of Baudelaire and Rimbaud, expanding his understanding of symbolism and the subconscious. He also encouraged Picasso to look beyond Europe for inspiration, planting the seeds that would later blossom into his fascination with African masks and Iberian sculpture. Their bond was one of mutual admiration, a meeting of minds that fueled Picasso's early experiments with form and abstraction. Another pivotal figure in Picasso's Parisian years was the art dealer Ambroise Vollard, whose gallery became a sanctuary for avant-garde artists. Vollard had an uncanny ability to recognize genius, and he championed Picasso's work when many critics dismissed it as too radical. Their relationship was not just professional. Vollard took a personal interest in Picasso's development, offering financial support during lean times and introducing him to influential collectors. Through Vollard, Picasso met Henri Matisse, whose bold use of color would both inspire and challenge him. The two artists developed a complex friendship, one marked by rivalry as much as mutual respect. Their debates about art, Matisse's devotion to harmony versus Picasso's embrace of fragmentation, pushed both to new creative heights. Perhaps the most profound influence on Picasso's personal and artistic life was his relationship with Georges Braque, with whom he co-founded Cubism. Their collaboration was so intense that Braque once described them as two mountaineers roped together, each pushing the other to explore uncharted territory. They would spend hours in Picasso's studio, deconstructing objects into geometric shapes, reassembling them in ways that shattered conventional perspective. Braque's calm, methodical approach balanced Picasso's fiery spontaneity, creating a dynamic that transformed modern art. Though their partnership eventually faded, the impact of their shared vision endured, shaping Picasso's work for decades to come. Beyond the world of painting, Picasso found inspiration in the writers and thinkers who populated his circle. Gertrude Stein, with her bold personality and sharp intellect, became both a patron and a muse. Her salon was a gathering place for the brightest minds of the era, and Picasso relished the lively discussions about art, literature, and philosophy that unfolded there. Stein's portrait, which he painted in 1906, marked a turning point in his style, as he began to move away from realism towards something more primal and abstract. As the years passed, Picasso's relationships with his mentors evolved, some deepening into lifelong friendships, others fading as his artistic path diverged from theirs. But each left an indelible mark on his work, contributing to the vast tapestry of influences that made his art so revolutionary. Even in his later years, he continued to draw inspiration from those around him, fellow artists, poets, lovers, each adding new layers to his ever-changing vision. Now, as we drift toward sleep, we might imagine Picasso in his studio, surrounded by the echoes of all those who shaped him, his father's steady hand guiding the brush, Roussignol's passionate words lingering in the air, Braque's presence felt in the angular lines of a still life. These mentors, these kindred spirits, were the invisible threads woven into the fabric of his genius. And as we close our eyes, we too can feel their quiet influence, reminding us that no artist, no matter how great, walks alone. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story. Before Picasso became the towering figure of modern art, before the bold strokes of Cubism and the fragmented visions that would redefine painting, there was a young boy from Malaga, Spain, with an insatiable hunger to create. His earliest years were steeped in the scent of oil paint and the quiet hum of his father's studio, where José Ruiz Blasco, an art teacher and painter himself, nurtured the boy's raw talent. Even as a child, Pablo displayed an uncanny ability to capture the world around him, sketching with a confidence far beyond his years, his hands moving as if guided by some unseen force. By the time he was 13, the family had moved to Barcelona, a city alive with artistic energy, its streets thrumming with the promise of new ideas. It was here, at the prestigious School of Fine Arts, that Picasso's formal training began. Though he chafed at the rigid academic methods, his talent was undeniable. He completed entrance exams in a single day, work meant to take weeks, leaving his professors stunned. But the real education happened beyond the classroom, in the cafes and taverns of the Bohemian district, where artists and writers gathered to argue, dream, and drink late into the night. In those early days, money was scarce, and the young artist often traded sketches for meals or a place to sleep. He shared cramped studios with other struggling painters, their walls plastered with half-finished canvases, the air thick with the smell of turpentine and cigarette smoke. Yet there was a kind of magic in that poverty, a freedom that allowed him to experiment without fear of failure. He painted beggars, street performers, the tired faces of those who lived on the margins, subjects that would later define his blue period, when melancholy seeped into every brushstroke. His first real break came in 1900, when he traveled to Paris, the glittering heart of the art world. At just 19, he arrived with little more than a suitcase of drawings and an unshakable belief in his own genius. The city was overwhelming, a whirlwind of noise and color, but Picasso thrived in its chaos. He found a tiny studio in Montmartre, a drafty attic with a single window that let in the golden light of dawn. It was here that he began to shed the conventions of his training, letting his instincts guide him. Those early Paris years were a struggle. There were nights when he huddled under blankets, too cold to paint, and days when he wandered the streets, sketching in exchange for a few francs, but he was never truly alone. He found kinship with other artists, like the poet Max Jacob, who shared his meager bread, and introduced him to the literary circles of the city. It was Jacob who gave Picasso his first solo exhibition, a modest affair in a small gallery, but it was enough to catch the attention of a few discerning collectors. Then, in 1901, tragedy struck. His dear friend Carlos Casagemas, a fellow artist, took his own life. The loss plunged Picasso into a deep sorrow, and his work grew darker, more introspective. The Blue Period was born, a series of haunting paintings dominated by shades of cobalt and indigo. Figures hunched in despair, their eyes hollow with grief. It was during this time that he painted La Vie Asterisk, a masterpiece that seemed to capture the weight of human suffering. Though the paintings from this era were somber, they marked his first true departure from tradition, a glimpse of the emotional depth that would define his art. Slowly, as the years passed, the gloom began to lift. By 1904, he had settled more permanently in Paris, taking a studio in the ramshackle building known as the Bateau Lavoir. It was a place of wild creativity, home to poets, anarchists, and visionaries who lived as if every day were their last. Here, Picasso met Fernand Olivier, the first great love of his life, whose warmth brought color back into his world. His palette shifted soft pinks, and warm ochres replaced the icy blues, and his subjects turned to circus performers, harlequins, and acrobats. This was the Rose Period, a fleeting but luminous chapter in his evolution. All the while, the art world was changing around him. The old masters were being challenged by new movements, Fauvism, with its riotous colors, symbolism, with its dreamlike visions. Picasso absorbed it all, but he was restless, searching for something entirely his own. Then, in 1907, he unveiled Les Demoiselles d'Avignon Asterisk, a painting so radical it shocked even his closest friends. The figures were fractured, their faces twisted into mask-like forms, inspired by African sculpture. It was as if he had shattered the mirror of reality and reassembled the pieces into something bold and strange. Critics recoiled, but a few saw the brilliance in the chaos. Among them was Georges Braque, a fellow painter who would soon become his collaborator in the greatest artistic revolution of the century, Cubism. Together, they dismantled perspective, reducing the world to geometric planes, playing with space and form in ways no one had dared before. It was a partnership of minds, a dialogue of brushstrokes that pushed both artists into uncharted territory. Yet for all his innovation, Picasso never forgot his roots. He carried with him the lessons of his father, the camaraderie of his fellow starving artists, the sorrows and joys that had shaped his early years. Even as fame found him, he remained, at heart, that restless young painter in a drafty studio, chasing the next great vision. And as we let these images drift through our minds, the dim glow of gas lamps in Montmartre, the scent of fresh paint on canvas, the quiet determination of a boy who would change art forever, we can feel the weight of his journey, the slow, steady unfolding of a genius. The story of Picasso's early years is not just one of struggle and triumph, but of the quiet moments in between, the stillness before the brush touches the canvas, the breath before the leap into the unknown. It is a story that reminds us how great things often begin in the smallest of spaces, with nothing but a dream and the courage to follow it. So now, as sleep draws nearer, we can picture him there, young and hungry, his eyes alight with possibility. The world was vast, and he was only just beginning to shape it. And in that thought, there is a kind of peace, a gentle reminder that every masterpiece starts with a single stroke, and every legend with a single step, drifting like clouds across the evening sky. We now move to the next part of this calming life story. As Picasso's hands moved across the canvas, shaping and reshaping the world as he saw it, his journey unfolded in a series of bold and breathtaking transformations. Each phase of his work carried its own quiet revolution, a whisper that grew into a roar, changing the way we see art forever. His mind was restless, always searching, and his brush followed, leaving behind a trail of masterpieces that still breathe with life today. In the early years, there was the blue period, a time of somber hues and tender sorrow. The paintings from this era seemed to hum with a quiet melancholy, the figures elongated, their faces heavy with emotion. He painted beggars, mothers cradling children, old men hunched in solitude. The blue was not just a color, but a mood, seeping into every brushstroke like twilight settling over a city. These works were born from grief, the loss of his dear friend Carlos Casagemas, but also from the deep empathy he carried for those on the margins of society. The brush moved slowly, deliberately, capturing not just forms, but the weight of human suffering. Then, as if touched by the warmth of a new dawn, came the rose period. The blues softened into delicate pinks and corals, and the subjects shifted to circus performers, harlequins, acrobats, clowns with wistful eyes. There was a lightness now, a playfulness, yet still a whisper of loneliness beneath the surface. These figures, too, were outsiders, but Picasso painted them with a tenderness that made them glow. His lines grew softer, his compositions more lyrical, as if the very air of the canvas had warmed around them. But it was in 1907, with the creation of Les Demoiselles d'Avignon Asterisk, that Picasso shattered the boundaries of art entirely. The painting was a storm, a reckoning, 5 figures staring boldly from the canvas, their faces carved into jagged planes, their bodies bending in impossible angles. It was as if he had taken a hammer to reality and pieced it back together in a way that was raw, unsettling, and utterly new. The influence of African masks, which he had studied with fascination, pulsed through the work, lending it a primal energy. Critics gasped, some recoiled, but the world of art would never be the same. This was the birth of Cubism, the moment when perspective collapsed, and the world was seen not from one angle, but all at once, alongside Georges Braque. Picasso spent years exploring this new frontier. They worked side by side, their studios filled with the quiet rustle of paper, the scrape of charcoal, the murmur of ideas taking shape. Cubism was not just a style, but a way of thinking, breaking objects into fragments, rearranging them, letting the eye wander through layers of meaning. In asterisk still life, with chair caning asterisk, Picasso glued a piece of oilcloth to the canvas, blending reality and illusion in a way that teased the senses. Collage became part of the language, a playful defiance of tradition. The world, he seemed to say, is not just what we see, it is what we imagine. Even as Cubism evolved, Picasso never rested. His mind was a river, always flowing into new territories. In the 1920s, his work took a turn toward surrealism, figures stretched and twisted like dreams, bodies melting into one another, faces becoming landscapes. The weeping woman asterisk from this period is a symphony of anguish, her tears like shards of glass, her face fractured by sorrow. He painted her again and again, as if to capture every shade of grief, and then came Guernica asterisk, perhaps his most powerful work, a mural so vast it seemed to swallow the room. It was painted in response to the bombing of a small Basque town during the Spanish Civil War, a nightmare rendered in black, white, and gray. The figures writhe in agony, a mother cradling her dead child, a horse screaming in terror, a bull standing frozen in the chaos. There are no bombs in the painting, only their aftermath, the silent horror left in their wake. Picasso worked feverishly, his studio a whirl of sketches and revisions, until the mural became a universal cry against the brutality of war. Even now, it pulses with a sorrow so deep it feels timeless. Yet for all his monumental works, Picasso never lost his sense of play. In his later years, he turned to ceramics, shaping clay with the same restless curiosity he had brought to painting. His sculptures, too, were bold reinventions, a bicycle seat, and handlebars transformed into the head of a bull, a sheet of metal bent into the curve of a woman's back. He saw possibility in everything, in the way light fell on a crumpled piece of paper, in the twist of a scrap of wire. His influence rippled far beyond the canvas. Writers, musicians, even filmmakers drew inspiration from his fearless reinvention. He showed them that art was not about rules, but about breaking them, that creativity was a living thing, always growing, always changing. And though he became a legend in his own time, he remained, in many ways, that young artist in a tiny studio, chasing the next vision with wide-eyed wonder. Now, as we drift toward sleep, we can picture him there, an old man with bright eyes, hands stained with paint, still working as the sun sets. The walls around him are crowded with sketches, sculptures, half-finished dreams. He hums softly to himself, lost in the joy of creation. And in that image, there is a quiet comfort, a reminder that genius is not just in the grand gestures, but in the daily act of making, of seeing the world anew with every stroke of the brush. The story of Picasso is not just one of masterpieces, but of the moments between them, the quiet mornings with a cup of coffee, the flicker of an idea before it takes shape, the endless curiosity that kept him moving forward. It is a story that unfolds like a slow, deep breath, reminding us that art, like life, is never finished, only waiting for the next hand to shape it. And so, we let these thoughts settle like soft shadows, carrying us gently into sleep, where dreams, like paintings, are born from the quietest stirrings of the mind. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. Let us drift back now to the early years of Picasso's life, when the world was still shaping him as much as he would one day shape it. Imagine a young boy in Malaga, Spain, his small hands clutching a piece of charcoal, tracing lines on paper with a seriousness beyond his years. His father, an art teacher, recognized the spark in him early, a flicker of something extraordinary. It was here, in these quiet, sunlit rooms, that the first turning point unfolded. His father handed him his own brushes, his own palette, stepping aside to let the boy's talent breathe. Had he not done so, had he insisted on rigid instruction, or discouraged his son's wild creativity, perhaps Picasso would have become a skilled but conventional artist, his flame dimmed by tradition. Instead, he was given wings. Then came the move to Barcelona, a city pulsing with life and art, where the young Picasso found himself surrounded by new ideas, new faces. The cafes buzzed with debates about modernism, about breaking free from the past. It was here, in the shadow of the Gothic quarter, that he began to shed the constraints of academic art, letting his lines grow looser, his colors bolder. One can almost see him sitting in Els Quadergats, sketching furiously, absorbing the energy of the avant-garde. Had he stayed in the quieter, more conservative circles of his youth, his art might have remained polished but predictable. But Barcelona opened a door, and he stepped through without hesitation. The next great crossroads came with his first trip to Paris, the city that would become his second home. The year was 1900, and the world was on the cusp of something new. Paris was a whirlwind of bohemian life, of artists like Toulouse-Lautrec and Degas, who painted not just beauty, but truth, raw and unfiltered. Picasso arrived wide-eyed, carrying little more than his ambition. Those early years were lean, filled with cold winters in cramped studios, but they were also fertile. It was here that he entered his blue period, a time of melancholy and deep introspection, his canvases awash in cool tones, figures hunched with sorrow. Some say it was the suicide of his friend Cassagema's that plunged him into this phase, a grief that seeped into every brushstroke. Had he turned away from that pain, had he chosen to paint only what was pleasing, his work might have lacked the emotional depth that would later define him. But he leaned into the darkness, and in doing so, discovered a new language for suffering. As the years passed, another shift arrived, the Rose period, where the blues softened into pinks and warm ochres, where circus performers and harlequins replaced the gaunt figures of before. It was a time of renewal, of finding joy again, and then, almost without warning, came the earthquake. Les Demoiselles d'Avignon. The canvas was a rupture, a defiance of everything that had come before. Faces fragmented, bodies twisted into angles that seemed to defy nature. Critics recoiled. Even his friends were baffled. But Picasso had glimpsed something, the possibility of breaking the world apart to rebuild it anew. Had he listened to the voices of doubt? Had he retreated to safer ground? Cubism might never have been born. But he pressed forward, and in doing so, changed the course of art forever. The years that followed were a whirlwind of experimentation, collages, sculptures, surreal distortions. Each phase was a risk, a step into the unknown. And then, in 1937, came Guernica Asterisk, perhaps his most powerful work. The bombing of the Basque town shook him to his core, and he channeled that outrage into a mural of screaming horses, shattered bodies, a mother cradling her dead child. It was art as protest, as witness. Had he remained in his studio, painting still lifes or portraits, his legacy might have been quieter, less urgent. But he chose to engage with the world's pain, and in doing so, gave voice to the voiceless. Even in his later years, when many artists might have rested on their laurels, Picasso continued to reinvent himself. Ceramics, lino cuts, bold, childlike drawings, he refused to stand still. One can picture him in his villa in the south of France, surrounded by the clutter of creation, still chasing the next idea. Had he stopped? Had he decided that he had done enough? His final decades might have been a quiet epilogue. Instead, they were a riot of color and motion, a testament to the restless energy that never left him. And so, as we let these moments settle in the mind, we see how each decision, each turn, shaped the man and the artist, the father who stepped aside, the city that welcomed his rebellion, the grief that deepened his art, the risks that redefined it. All were threads in the tapestry of his life. It is soothing, in a way, to think of how fragile it all was, how easily the story might have unfolded differently. But it didn't. He chose, again and again, to leap into the unknown. Now, as sleep draws near, we can picture him once more, an old man with paint-splattered hands, still curious, still creating. The light fades, the brushes rest, but the imagination never sleeps. And in that quiet, we sense the truth that a life, like a painting, is made one stroke at a time, each one a small, brave act of faith in what comes next. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. Pablo Picasso's life was woven with relationships that shaped him as deeply as his own hands shaped his art. Each person who crossed his path left an imprint, like brushstrokes on a canvas, some bold and vibrant, others soft and fading, but all essential to the composition of his days. His earliest and perhaps most profound bond was with his father, José Ruiz Blasco, a painter and art teacher who recognized his son's extraordinary talent almost before the boy could speak. José nurtured young Pablo's gift, guiding his small hands as they first traced the outlines of birds and figures. There was something tender in the way José, an artist himself, stepped aside when he saw that his son's skill had surpassed his own. He handed Pablo his own brushes and palette, a quiet surrender that spoke louder than words. It was as if he knew the world needed this child's vision more than his own. That act of humility became the foundation of Picasso's confidence, a gift no amount of praise could ever match. But not all relationships were so gentle. Picasso's friendships with fellow artists were fierce, competitive, and full of creative electricity. In the smoky cafes of Paris, he and Georges Braque would talk for hours, their minds sparking off one another as they dismantled and rebuilt the rules of art. Cubism was born from those conversations, a visual language they crafted together, stroke by stroke, idea by idea. There was rivalry. Braque once joked that they were like two mountaineers roped together, climbing the same impossible peak. Later, when war separated them, their paths diverged, but the bond of those early years never truly faded. Then there was Henri Matisse, his great foil and friend. Where Picasso was all sharp angles and restless energy, Matisse was fluid, his colors singing like sunlight. They critiqued each other's work with brutal honesty, yet beneath the barbs was a deep respect. Once, when Matisse was ill, Picasso visited him daily, bringing small gifts, oranges, a sketchbook, as if to will his old rival back to health. And when Matisse died, Picasso quietly kept a photograph of him in his studio, a silent tribute to the man who had pushed him to see the world differently. Love, too, was a force that shaped Picasso's art in ways both luminous and dark. His first great romance, with Fernand Olivier, was a whirlwind of passion and turbulence. She was his muse during the Rose period, her delicate features softening the edges of his work, her presence bringing warmth to his canvases. But love with Picasso was never simple. He could be possessive, jealous, his moods shifting as quickly as the light in his studio. Fernand left, as others would, unable to bear the storm of his intensity. Yet she remained in his art forever, her face echoing in the curves of later portraits, a ghost of what once was. Then came Olga Koklova, the Russian ballerina who became his first wife. With her, Picasso Picasso stepped into a world of elegance and stability, if only for a time. They had a son, Pablo, and for a while, Picasso's art took on a neoclassical softness, as if he were trying to mirror the order of his domestic life. But the marriage crumbled under the weight of his infidelities and Olga's despair. Even in their estrangement, though, she never left his work. Her anguished face reappeared in his paintings, twisted and fractured, as if he were trying to exorcise his guilt through the brush. Marie Thérèse Walter entered his life like a burst of golden light. She was young, radiant, and her presence infused his art with a new sensuality. The curves of her body inspired some of his most lush, flowing works, a celebration of life and desire. They had a daughter, Maya, and for a time, Picasso seemed to revel in the joy of fatherhood. But Marie Thérèse, too, would suffer from his inability to remain faithful. Years later, after his death, she would take her own life, a tragic footnote to a love that had once been so vibrant. Dora Maar was different, a fierce intellectual, a photographer, an artist in her own right. She challenged him, matched his intensity, and her sharp features became the centerpiece of his Weeping Women series, painted during the turmoil of the Spanish Civil War. Their relationship was turbulent, marked by passionate fights and equally passionate reconciliations. Once, during an argument, he told her he would rather see her cry than smile. And so he painted her tears over and over, as if trying to understand the pain he had caused. Even after they parted, she remained a presence in his life, a witness to his contradictions. Françoise Gillot, the only woman who ever left him, brought a different kind of fire. She was independent, strong-willed, and refused to be overshadowed by his fame. They had 2 children, Claude and Paloma, and for a time, their home was filled with laughter and creativity. But Françoise eventually walked away, unwilling to lose herself in his orbit. Picasso never forgave her for it, yet her defiance may have been the greatest gift she gave him, proof that love could exist without possession. And then there was Jacqueline Roque, his second wife, who stayed with him until the end. She was his quiet guardian, shielding him from the world as he grew older, ensuring he could work undisturbed. In his final years, she became his last great muse, her face appearing in hundreds of sketches and paintings, sometimes serene, sometimes fragmented, as if he were trying to capture the essence of all the women who had come before her in her alone. Family, too, was a complicated tapestry. His children adored him, feared him, resented him, loved him, often all at once. He was an absent father in many ways, yet his art became a kind of legacy, a language they would spend their lives deciphering. Maya, his daughter with Marie Thérèse, once recalled how he would draw little animals for her on napkins, tiny gifts of affection amidst the chaos of his studio. Those small moments, fleeting as they were, became treasures. Through it all, Picasso's relationships were as varied as his styles, sometimes tender, often tumultuous, but always transformative. Each lover, friend, and family member left their mark, not just on his heart, but on his canvases. The women he loved became shapes and colors, their joys and sorrows woven into the very fabric of his work. The friends who challenged him pushed his art into new territories, and the family who loved him, despite his flaws, gave him a sense of rootedness in a life that might otherwise have been untethered. As the night deepens and sleep softens the edges of thought, we can picture him once more, surrounded by the echoes of all these lives, the father who let go, the friends who sparred with him, the women who loved and left him, the children who carried his name forward. Each one a thread in the vast, intricate tapestry of his existence, and perhaps in the quiet, we understand that art is never made in isolation. It is a conversation, a dance, a collision and merging of souls. Picasso knew this better than anyone. His life was not a solitary journey, but a series of encounters, each one leaving him changed, each one pushing his art into new, uncharted territories. And so, as the mind drifts toward rest, we can imagine him smiling, not at the thought of his own genius, but at the memory of all those who walked beside him, even for a little while, and helped him see the world anew. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography. In the quiet hours of the morning, before the world fully awoke, Picasso often found himself alone with his thoughts. He would rise early, the soft light of dawn filtering through the windows of his studio, casting long shadows across the cluttered space. The air smelled of oil paint and turpentine, a scent as familiar to him as his own breath. He moved slowly in these moments, savoring the silence, the way the world felt suspended between night and day. His hands, always restless, would reach for a sketchbook or a lump of clay, shaping forms almost without thought, as naturally as one might hum a tune. His mornings were sacred, a time when he could lose himself in the rhythm of creation before the demands of the day took hold. Sometimes he would simply sit with a cup of strong coffee, watching the steam curl into the air, lost in contemplation. He loved the ritual of it, the warmth of the cup in his hands, the bitter taste lingering on his tongue. Coffee was more than a drink. It was a pause, a moment to gather himself before diving back into the whirlwind of his life. Picasso's home was always filled with people, lovers, friends, fellow artists, all drawn to his magnetic presence. But he cherished the solitude of these early hours when he could be alone with his work. Even so, he was never truly isolated. His beloved dogs often kept him company, padding softly across the floor, their quiet presence a comfort. He had a particular fondness for dachshunds, their long bodies and soulful eyes seeming to mirror his own intensity. They would curl at his feet as he worked, their steady breathing a reminder of life's simple, unspoken joys. When the day began in earnest, the house would stir to life, Laughter echoed through the halls, voices overlapping in a symphony of conversation. Picasso thrived in this chaos, drawing energy from the people around him. Meals were long, unruly affairs, with wine flowing freely and plates passed from hand to hand. He loved food with the same passion he brought to his art: fresh bread, ripe cheeses, the tang of olives, the sweetness of fruit picked at its peak. Eating was a sensory delight, a celebration of the moment. His relationships were as vibrant and complex as his paintings. The women in his life were not just muses, but forces of nature, each leaving an indelible mark on his heart and his work. Fernand Olivier, his first great love in Paris, brought warmth and stability to his early years of struggle. Olga Koklova, the Russian ballerina who became his first wife, introduced him to a world of elegance and refinement. Though their marriage would eventually crumble under the weight of his restless spirit, Marie-Thérèse Walter, with her golden hair and serene presence, inspired some of his most tender and sensual works. Dora Maar, fierce and intellectual, challenged him in ways no one else dared, and Jacqueline Roque, his final companion, offered him a quiet devotion in his later years. Each of these women shaped him, not just as an artist, but as a man. He painted them obsessively, not just to capture their likenesses, but to understand them, to immortalize the emotions they stirred in him. Love, for Picasso, was never simple. It was a storm, a collision of souls that left both parties transformed. He loved deeply, passionately, but often imperfectly, his intensity sometimes overwhelming those who dared to get close. Yet even in the turbulence, there was beauty. The way a summer storm leaves the air fresh and the earth renewed. Outside the studio, Picasso found joy in the simplest of pleasures. He adored the sea, its endless movement a mirror of his own restless creativity. In the south of France, he would spend hours by the water, watching the waves roll in, their rhythm like a lullaby. He collected shells and pebbles, their smooth surfaces pleasing to his touch. The Mediterranean light, golden and clear, seeped into his paintings, infusing them with warmth. He also had a playful side, a childlike delight in games and mischief. He loved to dress up, to reinvent himself with costumes and masks, as if trying on different identities, the way one might try on hats. He would scribble silly drawings on napkins during dinners, delighting in the laughter they provoked. Even in his old age, he retained this sense of play, a refusal to take himself too seriously. Music, too, was a constant in his life. The strum of a guitar, the plaintive wail of a flamenco singer, these sounds seeped into his bones. He once said that painting was like music, a language beyond words, and he often worked with the radio playing softly in the background, the melodies guiding his brush. As the years passed, Picasso's fame grew, but he remained, at heart, a man who found wonder in the everyday. He never lost his curiosity, his hunger to see the world with fresh eyes. Even in his final days, he rose early, still reaching for his sketchbook, still chasing the next idea, the next line, the next color. And so, as the night wraps around us like a soft blanket, we can picture him not as the myth, the legend, but as a man who loved deeply, lived fiercely, and found magic in the ordinary. A man who knew that art was not just something you made, but something you lived. His life was messy, imperfect, brimming with contradictions. But it was also radiant, alive, pulsing with the same energy that fueled his work. And if we listen closely, in the quiet between breaths, we might just hear the whisper of his brush against canvas, the sound of a life well lived, a story still unfolding, even now, in the dreams of those who remember him, like a gentle river flowing toward the sea. Our story continues with the next meaningful chapter. Imagine Picasso in the early light of morning, long before the world fully wakes. Even as a young man in Barcelona, he rose with the sun, the first golden rays slipping through the shutters of his small apartment. His mornings were quiet, unhurried, a time for coffee, strong and dark, sipped slowly as he let his mind wander. The steam curled upward, and he would sketch absent-mindedly on whatever surface was near a napkin, the edge of a newspaper, the back of an envelope. His hands were rarely still. As he grew older, this ritual remained unchanged. In Paris, in the narrow streets of Montmartre, he would wake in his cluttered studio, the air thick with the scent of oil paint and turpentine. The room was a jumble of canvases, some half-finished, others abandoned for weeks, only to be revisited with fresh eyes. He moved through the space with the ease of someone who knew every corner, every stray brush left to dry on a windowsill. Breakfast was simple bread, a bit of cheese, perhaps an apple eaten quickly so he could return to his work before the light shifted. By mid-morning, he was at his easel, fully immersed. The world outside faded as he lost himself in the rhythm of his strokes. Some days he worked in silence, other days to the sound of a radio playing faintly in the background, or the murmur of friends stopping by to chat. He welcomed interruptions, not as distractions, but as part of the flow of life that fed his art. A conversation, a joke, the way the light caught someone's face, all of it could spark something new in his mind. Lunch was often a casual affair, eaten with whoever happened to be nearby. In his younger years, it might be a cheap meal at a local cafe, shared with fellow artists, all of them talking over each other, arguing about technique or politics or love. Later, when his fame had grown, he still preferred simple food, a bowl of soup, some fish, a glass of wine eaten in his studio, rather than at some grand restaurant. He disliked formality, the stiffness of fine dining. For him, meals were about connection, about the warmth of shared moments. The afternoons were his most productive hours. The light was softer then, more forgiving, and he worked with a steady focus, his brush moving almost of its own accord. He didn't believe in waiting for inspiration. It was the act of working that summoned it. If he grew tired, he might switch mediums for a while, turning from paint to pencil, from sculpture to collage. His studio was a treasure trove of materials, scraps of newspaper, bits of wood, discarded objects that most would overlook, but that he saw as possibilities. Nothing was ever wasted. As evening approached, the pace of his day slowed. He would step outside, sometimes just to walk, to let his thoughts settle. The streets of Paris in the twilight were alive with movement, but he moved through them like a man in a dream, absorbing everything without needing to speak. Other nights, he might gather with friends, sitting in some dimly lit bar, the air thick with smoke and laughter. He loved these moments, the way a story told just right could make the whole table erupt, the way a shared bottle of wine could loosen tongues and ease hearts. Dinner was late, as it often was in Spain and France, a lingering meal that stretched into the night. He enjoyed food, but even more, he enjoyed the company, the way a conversation could meander from art to philosophy to gossip and back again. He was a storyteller, his hands always in motion as he spoke, his voice rising and falling with the rhythm of his tales. By midnight, the world outside had grown quiet, but his mind was often still racing. He might return to his studio, not to work in any serious way, but to tinker, to play, to let his hands follow whatever impulse came to him. Some nights he drew until his eyes grew heavy, the lines on the page becoming softer, less precise as sleep crept in. And when he finally slept, it was deeply, dreamlessly. His bedroom was simple, a narrow bed, a few books on a shelf, maybe a small sketch, or painting on the wall that he would study in those last moments before closing his eyes. Even in sleep, his hands sometimes twitched, as if still holding a brush, still tracing shapes in the dark. In his later years, when he lived in the south of France, his routines softened but never faded. The Mediterranean light was different, brighter, warmer, and he rose just as early to meet it. His studio was larger now, filled with decades of accumulated treasures, but the chaos was familiar, comforting. He still worked every day, even when his hands were less steady, because to stop would have been unthinkable. Art was not just what he did, it was how he breathed. And so his days passed, one flowing into the next, a quiet rhythm of creation and rest. The world saw him as a legend, but in those private hours, he was simply a man who loved to make things, who found joy in the act of shaping the world around him into something new. His life was not marked by grand gestures, but by small, steadfast habits, the scratch of a pencil, the smell of paint, the warmth of shared bread. And now, as the night deepens and sleep draws near, we can picture him there, in the stillness of his studio, the last light of day fading on the walls. The air is quiet, save for the faint sound of his breathing, the rustle of paper as he sets aside his work. Another day done, another day lived fully, another page in the long, slow story of a life devoted to seeing, to feeling, to creating. And in that quiet, in that peace, we too can rest. As your thoughts grow quieter, we'll continue our peaceful exploration of this fascinating life. Pablo Picasso's philosophy was as fluid as the lines he drew, shifting and evolving across the decades, yet always rooted in a deep, unwavering belief in the power of creation. From his early days in Spain to his final years in France, his worldview was shaped by an insatiable curiosity, a refusal to be bound by tradition, and a childlike wonder that never faded. He once said, "Every child is an artist." This simple idea carried the weight of his entire approach. Art was not something to be learned so much as remembered, a natural state of being that society often trained out of people. In his youth, Picasso was restless, hungry to break free from the rigid techniques taught in art schools. He absorbed the world around him with an intensity that bordered on obsession. Sketching everything, he saw street performers, beggars, the weathered faces of fishermen. His blue period, with its melancholic tones and gaunt figures, reflected his own struggles with poverty and loneliness. Yet, even in sorrow, he found beauty. He believed that art should not shy away from darkness. That truth, even painful truth, was worth capturing. Art is a lie that makes us realize truth, he would say, suggesting that even the most abstract forms could reveal something deeper about the human condition. As he moved into Cubism, alongside Georges Braque, his philosophy took a radical turn. He began to dismantle reality, breaking objects and figures into geometric fragments, showing multiple perspectives at once. This wasn't just an artistic technique, it was a way of thinking. He rejected the idea that things had to be fixed, solid, unchanging. Life was fluid, perception was subjective, and art, in his hands, became a way to explore that endless complexity. Yet for all his innovation, Picasso never lost touch with the primal, instinctive joy of making. He adored the simplicity of a line, the rawness of a brushstroke. He would often work with whatever was at hand: charcoal, newspaper, even the lid of a tin can, because the act of creation mattered more than the materials. "I don't seek, I find," he said, suggesting that art was not about laborious searching, but about being open to what revealed itself in the moment. This philosophy kept his work alive, unpredictable, as though each piece was a conversation between his hands and the unknown. His personal life, too, was guided by a refusal to conform. He loved passionately, lived boldly, and embraced chaos as a necessary part of creativity. Relationships, like his art, were intense and ever-changing. He drew inspiration from the women in his life, not as passive muses, but as forces that shaped his vision. Yet he was also known to say, "It takes a long time to become young," asterisk hinting at his belief that true freedom came from unlearning society's expectations. returning to a state of pure, unfiltered expression. In his later years, settled in the south of France, his pace slowed, but his mind remained as restless as ever. He painted, sculpted, even crafted ceramics with the same boundless energy, as if time had no hold on him. The Mediterranean light, the quiet rhythm of the sea, seeped into his work, still vibrant, still daring, but softer, more reflective. It was his way of saying that creation was not just a profession, but a form of healing, a way to stay connected to what truly mattered. Picasso's values were never abstract ideals, they were lived, tangible things. He believed in work, constant, disciplined work, not as a burden, but as a joy. Even on days when inspiration felt distant, he would sit in his studio, scribbling, shaping, experimenting. Because the act itself was sacred, he surrounded himself with objects, masks, toys, scraps of fabric. That sparked his imagination, believing that creativity was not some rare gift, but a habit, a way of moving through the world. And then there was play. Despite his towering reputation, he never lost his sense of mischief. He would twist faces into absurd shapes in his sketches, make silly doodles for his children, laugh at the sheer ridiculousness of taking art too seriously. "Give me a museum and I'll fill it," he boasted once, not out of arrogance, but from sheer delight in the act of making. For him, art was not a solemn duty. It was a game, a dance, a way to keep the spirit light. Underneath it all, Picasso's deepest belief was that art was for everyone. He despised the idea that it belonged only to elites, tucked away in museums like precious relics. He wanted his work to provoke, to unsettle, to make people see differently. Even his most challenging pieces were rooted in this democratic ideal. If a child could pick up a crayon and draw, then art was never meant to be locked behind gates of sophistication. As the years passed, his philosophy mellowed but never dimmed. In the quiet of his studio, surrounded by the clutter of a lifetime's work, he remained, at heart, that young boy in Malaga who saw wonder in everything. And so, as the night settles around us, we can imagine him there, in the fading light, a brush in his hand, a half smile on his lips. The air is thick with the scent of oil paint and sea salt. He dips the brush, makes a mark, just one more, always one more, because creating is breathing, and breathing is living. And in that quiet certainty, in that endless, gentle flow of making and remaking, there is peace. A peace we can borrow, if only for tonight, as we drift into sleep, carried by the rhythm of a life that never stopped wondering, never stopped playing, never stopped believing in the power of a single line to change the world. With each breath becoming slower and deeper, let us turn to another aspect of this soothing story. Even for a man like Picasso, whose name would one day become synonymous with boundless creativity, life was not without its storms. The path he walked was strewn with obstacles, some small and fleeting, others deep and lasting. But like the shifting light in his paintings, he learned to move with them, to bend without breaking, to transform hardship into something new. When he was just a boy in Malaga, his family struggled with poverty. His father, an artist himself, often found it difficult to sell his paintings, and the weight of financial instability pressed heavily on their home. There were nights when young Pablo lay awake, listening to the muffled voices of his parents discussing bills they couldn't pay, futures they couldn't secure. But even then, he found refuge in his sketchbook, filling page after page with drawings, some rough, some tender, all alive with the urgency of a child who understood, even dimly, that art was his way forward. Years later, when he moved to Paris at the turn of the century, the challenges only deepened. The city was a whirlwind of noise and color, but it was also unforgiving. He arrived with little more than a handful of francs and a suitcase full of canvases, only to find that the art world was a fortress, guarded by critics who dismissed his work as too strange, too raw. Galleries turned him away. Collectors scoffed. For months, he lived in a cramped, freezing studio, burning his own drawings just to keep warm. Hunger gnawed at him, and loneliness settled into his bones like an old friend. Yet even then, he did not stop. He painted through the hunger, through the doubt, through the long nights when the only sound was the scratch of his charcoal against paper. He knew deep down that rejection was not the end of the story. It was just another layer, another color to be mixed into the palette of his life. And so he kept going, one stroke at a time, until slowly, almost imperceptibly, the world began to take notice. Then came the wars. The first tore through Europe like a wildfire, leaving scars that would never fully heal. The second was even darker, a shadow that crept into every corner of life. Picasso, like so many others, felt the weight of it. His friends were taken, his city occupied, his freedom curtailed by the heavy boot of fascism. Yet even under the watchful eyes of the Nazis, who deemed his work degenerate, he refused to be silenced. He painted in secret, smuggling canvases out of his studio, knowing that every brushstroke was an act of defiance. His most famous work from this time, Guernica Asterisk, was born from grief and rage, a monumental cry against the horrors of war. It was not just a painting, it was a protest, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. But not all his battles were against the world. Some were within. There were times when even his own hands seemed to betray him, when the ideas in his mind refused to take shape on the canvas. He would stare at a blank surface for hours, frustrated, restless, wondering if he had run dry. And then, just as suddenly, the floodgates would open, and he would work feverishly, as if making up for lost time. He learned to trust these rhythms, to understand that creativity was not a steady stream, but a tide ebbing and flowing, retreating only to return stronger. His personal life, too, was far from smooth. Love brought him both joy and sorrow. often in equal measure. His relationships were passionate, tumultuous, marked by the same intensity that fueled his art. There were heartbreaks, betrayals, long silences where words failed and only paint could speak, yet through it all, he never let bitterness harden his heart. Even in his later years, when his body began to weary, his imagination remained as vibrant as ever. He embraced new techniques, new mediums, always pushing, always experimenting, because to stop creating would have been a kind of death. And so, as we look back on his life, its peaks and valleys, its light and shadow, we see not just a man who triumphed, but one who endured, who fell and rose again, who doubted and then believed, who turned every setback into a stepping stone. His story reminds us that obstacles are not walls, but invitations to adapt, to grow, to find new ways forward. Now, as sleep begins to pull you under, imagine him once more in his studio, the world outside quiet and still. The struggles of the day are behind him. There is only the canvas, the brush, the endless possibility of the next mark. And in that space, there is no fear, no failure, only the gentle certainty that whatever comes, the act of creation will carry him through. Let that same certainty carry you now, as you drift into dreams, where even the darkest night gives way to dawn. The tapestry of this remarkable life unfolds further as we gently explore the next meaningful period beneath the bold strokes and revolutionary art that defined Pablo Picasso's public life. There existed a quieter, more intimate world, one filled with small joys, hidden talents, and tender contradictions. Few know, for instance, that long before he became the titan of modern art, he was simply a boy who loved pigeons. His father, an art teacher, kept them as pets, and young Pablo would spend hours watching them, sketching their delicate forms with a child's patient hand. Even in his later years, when fame had settled around him like a well-worn coat, he would keep doves in his studio, their soft, cooing a comforting counterpoint to the whirlwind of his creativity. And then there were his hands, those restless, tireless hands that could shape clay, carve wood, and even mend things with surprising precision. Picasso was not just a painter, he was a lifelong tinkerer, a man who loved the tactile pleasure of fixing what was broken. There's a story, one rarely told, of him repairing a friend's broken chair late one night, humming quietly to himself as he worked. The act of mending bringing him as much satisfaction as any masterpiece. He once said that if he hadn't been an artist, he might have been a carpenter, and those who knew him well could believe it. There was something deeply grounding in the way he touched objects, as if every surface held the potential for transformation. Even his relationship with language was more nuanced than most realize. Though he moved to France as a young man and lived there for most of his life, he never mastered French fluently. Instead, he spoke it in a charming, broken way, mixing in Spanish words when the right ones escaped him. Some found it endearing, others frustrating. But Picasso never seemed bothered by it. He understood that communication went beyond words, that a glance, a gesture, a scribbled sketch on a napkin could often say more than perfect grammar ever could. Then there was his love of poetry. Late at night, after the brushes had been set aside and the canvases left to dry, he would sometimes sit by the window, a notebook in hand, and write. These were not the grand manifestos of an artist, but quiet, meandering verses, some playful, some melancholy, all deeply personal. He never sought to publish them, keeping them tucked away like little secrets between himself and the page. It was a side of him few ever saw, the dreamer who found solace in words when paint alone wasn't enough. Picasso also had a surprising fondness for the circus. Not the grand spectacles, but the small, traveling troupes that moved quietly from town to town. He would go often, sometimes sketching the performers, other times just watching, lost in the fragile beauty of their lives, the acrobats, the clowns, the weary-faced jugglers. They became recurring figures in his work, not because they were exotic, but because he saw in them a mirror of his own restless spirit. He once befriended an aging tightrope walker, buying him drinks in exchange for stories of life on the road. Picasso never forgot those words. And then there were his superstitions, little rituals and quirks that revealed a man deeply attuned to the unseen. He kept certain objects in his pockets for luck. A smooth stone, a tiny bronze bowl, a scrap of fabric from an old shirt. When starting a new painting, he would often light a candle, letting it burn down to a stub before he made the first mark. It wasn't about magic, really, but about creating a moment of stillness, a breath between chaos and creation. Perhaps most surprising of all was his relationship with silence. For a man whose life was so full of noise, lovers, rivals, the clamor of acclaim, he craved quiet in unexpected ways. There were mornings when he would wake before dawn, just to sit in the dim light of his studio, not painting, not thinking, just listening to the world wake up around him. In those moments, he was not the legend, but simply a man, as ordinary and extraordinary as any other. So, as you drift toward sleep, imagine him there, not with the fiery intensity of his art, but in one of these softer, quieter moments, a man whistling as he fixes a broken drawer, a man feeding crumbs to pigeons on a windowsill, a man scribbling a poem by candlelight, the words as fleeting as the flame. These are the hidden stitches in the tapestry of his life, the small, uncelebrated joys that made him whole. And just as he found comfort in these quiet acts, may you too find rest in the knowledge that even the brightest lives are woven with shadows, and that it is often in the unnoticed moments that we are most truly ourselves. Let the rhythm of these thoughts slow your breath, soften your mind, and carry you gently into dreams. As you settle more comfortably, our narrative flows onward like soft moonlight across still waters. Picture the world as it was, when Pablo Picasso took his first breath in 1881 in the small Andalusian city of Malaga. The streets were alive with the scent of orange blossoms and the sound of horse-drawn carriages clattering over cobblestones. Spain was a country caught between tradition and change, still holding onto its imperial past, while the modern world pressed insistently at its borders. The gas lamps flickered in the evening, casting long shadows, while in the distance, the first whispers of industrialization hummed like a far-off train. It was a time of contrasts, bullfights and telegraphs, flamenco and factory whistles, and young Pablo absorbed it all with wide, curious eyes. Across Europe, the late 19th century was a time of great upheaval and invention. The Eiffel Tower was still just a sketch in an engineer's notebook, and the first motion pictures were yet to flicker to life. The world was becoming smaller, faster, more connected. Steamships crossed oceans in weeks instead of months, and newspapers brought stories from distant lands to breakfast tables. Yet in the quiet corners of Spain, life moved as it always had, with siestas under the hot sun and families gathering in the cool of the evening to share stories. Picasso grew up between these two rhythms, the old and the new, and it would shape the way he saw the world forever. By the time he was a young man, studying art in Barcelona and later in Paris, the 20th century was dawning, and with it came a storm of change. The Belle Epoque glittered with electric lights and grand boulevards, but beneath the surface, tensions simmered. The old monarchies of Europe were beginning to crumble, and new ideas, socialism, feminism, anarchism, bubbled up in cafes and salons. Paris, where Picasso would make his home, was the beating heart of this transformation. Artists, writers, and thinkers from all over the world flocked to its winding streets, drawn by the promise of freedom and reinvention. In Montmartre, where Picasso lived in a drafty studio called the Bateau Lavoir, the air was thick with creativity and cigarette smoke. Poets recited verses by candlelight, musicians played late into the night, and painters argued about color and form until dawn. It was here, in this bohemian enclave, that Picasso and his friend Georges Braque would invent Cubism, shattering the centuries-old rules of perspective and reassembling the world in jagged, luminous fragments. The year was 1907, and the world was not quite ready for what they had made. But art was not the only thing changing. The early 1900s were a time of rapid technological progress. The first airplanes took to the skies. Automobiles replaced horse-drawn carriages, and telephones wove invisible threads between cities. Yet with all this innovation came a growing unease. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand in 1914 plunged Europe into the First World War, a conflict so brutal it would scar an entire generation. Picasso, like many artists, watched in horror as the world he knew was torn apart. His work grew darker, more angular, as if trying to make sense of the chaos. In the years after the war, the Roaring Twenties brought a brief respite, a whirlwind of jazz and flappers and wild, carefree energy. Picasso, now famous, moved through this world like a restless ghost, painting, sculpting, loving, always searching for the next spark of inspiration. He experimented with surrealism, letting his subconscious guide his brush, creating dreamlike figures that twisted and melted like candle wax. The world was moving faster than ever, and he raced to keep up. Then came the Spanish Civil War in 1936, a conflict that struck at his heart. Picasso, who had always been deeply connected to his homeland, was devastated by the violence. In response, he painted Guernica Asterisk, a monumental, wrenching depiction of the bombing of a Basque village. The canvas was a scream of anguish, a plea for humanity in the face of cruelty. It was art as protest, as witness, as a cry against the darkness creeping across Europe once more. The Second World War followed, and Paris fell under Nazi occupation. Picasso, though watched closely by the Gestapo, refused to leave. He stayed in his studio, painting in secret, his work growing more introspective, more tender. In those quiet, fearful years, he turned to simpler subjects, still lifes of fruit, the curve of a lover's face, as if seeking solace in beauty amid the horror. After the war, the world struggled to rebuild. The atomic age dawned, bringing both hope and terror. Picasso, now an elder statesman of art, continued to reinvent himself. He painted with the exuberance of a child, sculpted with the boldness of a young rebel, never settling, never stopping. The 1950s and 60s were a time of global change, civil rights movements, space exploration, rock and roll. And though he was no longer young, Picasso remained a restless spirit, always curious, always creating. And yet, for all the noise of his life, the fame, the scandals, the relentless march of history, he still found moments of quiet. In his final years, living in the south of France, he would sit in the garden, listening to the cicadas, watching the sunlight dapple the leaves. The world had changed so much since his birth in 1881. But some things remained the same: the warmth of the sun, the scent of the earth, the simple pleasure of a moment's peace. So as you drift towards sleep, think of him not as the myth, the titan of modern art, but as a man who lived through it all: the wars, the revolutions, the dizzying rush of progress. A man who, despite everything, still found joy in the small, quiet things. A man who, like all of us, was just trying to make sense of the world, one brushstroke at a time. And as your breathing slows, your thoughts growing softer, imagine the hush of his studio in the early morning, the rustle of paper, the whisper of a pencil. The world outside is vast and ever-changing, but here, in this moment, there is only stillness. Let it carry you gently into dreams. Let the rhythm of these words carry you further into relaxation as we continue our peaceful journey. Imagine, for a moment, the world before Picasso, a world where art followed predictable paths, where figures were painted as they appeared, where color obeyed the rules of nature. Then, like a quiet revolution, came his brushstrokes, breaking the old ways, reshaping the very idea of what art could be. His influence rippled outward, slow but unstoppable, touching not just painters and sculptors, but poets, musicians, even architects. He did not simply change art, he changed how people saw. In the early years, the public did not always understand him. When he unveiled Les Demoiselles d'Avignon Asterisk in 1907, the sharp angles, the distorted faces, the raw, almost primal energy, it shocked even his closest friends. Some called it madness. Others whispered that he had destroyed beauty itself. But beneath the confusion, something stirred. A few bold souls began to see what he saw, that art did not have to mirror the world. It could fracture it, reassemble it, make it new. Slowly, the resistance softened. Critics who once scoffed found themselves returning to his canvases, drawn by something they could not name. Collectors, hesitant at first, began to acquire his work, sensing that history was being made. And the artists watched him most closely. Young painters who had grown weary of tradition saw in his cubist experiments a door flung wide open. Braque, Gris, even later figures like Pollock and de Kooning would trace their own paths back to that moment, when Picasso dared to break the figure into planes, to show all sides at once. But his influence was never just about style. It was about freedom, the freedom to invent, to destroy, to begin again. He moved through phases as effortlessly as breathing, from the melancholy blues of his early years to the playful curves of his Rose period, from the fractured geometry of Cubism to the dreamlike distortions of his later work. Each shift sent tremors through the art world. Sculptors began to think differently about form. Poets borrowed his fragmented visions for their verses, and designers found inspiration in his bold, unapologetic colors. Even those who never picked up a brush felt his presence. The very idea of the modern began to shift because of him. Before Picasso, art was often seen as something separate from life, something polished and distant, but he brought the rough edges of existence onto the canvas, the sorrow, the passion, even the absurdity. In doing so, he made art feel alive, urgent, something that belonged not just to museums, but to the streets, to the people. And then there were the quieter revolutions, the ways he changed how artists worked. He showed that an artist could be prolific, restless, never settling into one way of seeing. He worked in bursts of energy, sometimes completing a painting in a single afternoon, other times laboring for months over a single line. His studio was a living thing, filled with half-finished sculptures, stacks of sketches, canvases turned to the wall, each one a possibility waiting to unfold. Younger artists took note. The myth of the solitary genius toiling in isolation began to fade, replaced by the image of the artist as experimenter, as someone unafraid to make mistakes. The public's perception of him shifted over the decades, too. At first, he was the enfant terrible, the rebel who turned art upside down. Then, as the years passed, he became something else, a kind of living legend, a man who had somehow outlasted every movement, every trend. People who had once dismissed his work now lined up to see his exhibitions, as if hoping to glimpse the secret behind his endless reinvention. Even those who didn't love his paintings couldn't look away. He had become part of the cultural air, a name that carried weight, a symbol of what it meant to be truly modern. And yet, for all the noise, his legacy is not just in the grand gestures, the masterpieces that fill museums. It's in the small moments, the way a child might scribble a face with two eyes on one side, not knowing that Picasso had done it first. It's in the designer who borrows a color scheme from Guernica asterisk, the filmmaker who frames a shot like a cubist composition, the writer who structures a story in fragments, just as he fractured the figure. His influence is everywhere, woven into the fabric of how we see. In the end, perhaps his greatest gift was the permission he gave to break rules, to trust instinct, to see the world slant. He never offered easy answers, only endless questions. And so his shadow stretches long, not as a rigid template, but as an invitation. Anyone who has ever picked up a pencil and dared to draw outside the lines owes him something, even if they don't know it. As you drift deeper into rest, think of how quietly revolutions begin, not with fanfare, but with a single stroke of the brush, a single idea that refuses to fade. The world he helped shape is still unfolding, still shifting, just as he shifted it. And in that gentle movement, there is a kind of peace knowing that art, like life, is never finished, only endlessly becoming. So let your thoughts soften now, like colors blending at the edge of a canvas. The noise of the day fades, and all that remains is the quiet hum of creativity, the slow, steady pulse of something new always waiting to be born. Breathe in, breathe out, and let yourself drift, carried by the same current that carried him, and so many others, into the unknown. With the gentleness of falling snow, we transition now to another meaningful chapter in this life story. Picture a small boy in Malaga, Spain, barely able to walk, but already clutching a pencil. His first word, they say, was not mama or papa, but piz, short for lapis, the Spanish word for pencil. This boy, of course, was Pablo Picasso. And from those earliest moments, his hands seemed destined to shape the world. His father, an art teacher, recognized the spark early on. One afternoon, young Pablo was left to finish a painting of a pigeon, just a simple study his father had begun. When the man returned, he found not a child's clumsy imitation, but something startlingly alive. The brush strokes were confident, the colors vibrant, In that instant, his father handed over his own palette and brushes, declaring he would never paint again. The tools now belonged to his son. As the years drifted by, Picasso carried that same intensity into every moment. In Paris, where he lived in a cramped studio called the Bateau Lavoir, he once traded paintings for bread when money ran low. The walls of that drafty attic were thin, and neighbors would hear him working through the night. The rustle of paper, the scrape of charcoal. He painted by candlelight when he couldn't afford oil lamps, and the flickering shadows seemed to dance across his canvases, lending them an eerie, restless energy. It was there, in that humble space, that he began reshaping art itself, not with grand declarations, but with quiet, relentless experimentation. One evening, a poet friend visited and found Picasso staring at a blank canvas for hours, motionless. For him, thinking was as vital as the brushstroke. He believed inspiration had to find him laboring, and so he waited, patient as a spider in its web. When the moment came, he worked in furious bursts, sometimes completing an entire painting in a single sitting. He once said, "Art is the elimination of the unnecessary," and his studio reflected this, cluttered with half-finished sculptures, stacked canvases, and the bones of small animals he collected for their strange, elegant shapes. There were lighter moments, too. Picasso adored his dachshund, Lump, who became a fixture in his later years. The little dog would curl up at his feet as he painted, or nap in the sun while the artist shaped clay with his hands. Friends joked that Lump was the only creature Picasso ever obeyed, stopping work immediately when the dog nudged his leg for a walk. He sketched Lump endlessly, those quick, playful lines capturing the dog's mischievous spirit. Animals fascinated him, not just as subjects, but as fellow beings. He once bought a goat and installed it in his studio, claiming its unpredictable energy fueled his creativity. Visitors would arrive to find it nibbling on sketches or butting its head against unfinished sculptures. His superstitions were as vivid as his art. He saved his nail clippings, fearing they might fall into the wrong hands. He refused to start a new painting on certain days, convinced the stars weren't aligned. And yet, for all his quirks, he had an uncanny ability to see the world differently. Once, during a dinner party, he picked up a bicycle seat and handlebars from the garage, assembled them in minutes, and suddenly there was a bull's head. The guests marveled at the transformation, but for Picasso, it was simple. He didn't just see objects, he saw their possibilities. Even in old age, his hands never stilled. In his 80s, he would rise at dawn and paint until his fingers cramped. When his eyesight began to fail, he worked by touch, molding clay into shapes he could no longer see clearly. He once told a young artist, "It takes a long time to become young," and in those final years, he seemed to embody that idea, playful, restless, endlessly curious. On the morning of his death, he was still sketching, still reaching for the next idea. As you drift toward sleep, imagine those hands, always moving, always creating. Picture the candlelit studio, the quiet scratch of charcoal, the way a single line could change everything. The world he left behind is still unfolding, still shifting, just as he shifted it. And in that gentle movement, there is a kind of peace knowing that art, like dreams, is never finished, only endlessly becoming. Let your breathing slow. Let your thoughts soften. The night wraps around you like a favorite blanket. And somewhere, in the quiet dark, the pencil is still moving. As your eyelids grow heavier, we'll softly explore another dimension of this fascinating biography. In the soft glow of twilight, Picasso's later years unfolded like the final brushstrokes of a great masterpiece. His villa in Ambience, nestled among the olive groves of the French Riviera, became a sanctuary where time seemed to slow. Yet his hands never did, even as the world outside rushed forward. He remained in a state of quiet, relentless creation. His studio was a kingdom of scattered sketches, half-finished sculptures, and canvases leaning against each other like old friends. The air smelled of oil paint and clay, of turpentine and wax, the familiar sense of a lifetime spent shaping beauty from chaos. By the 1960s, when most men his age had long retired, Picasso was producing work at a pace that defied logic. His later paintings were bold, exuberant, sometimes even childlike in their simplicity. Critics whispered that his style had become too loose, too unrestrained, but he paid no mind. He painted as if he were discovering color for the first time, slashing reds and blues across the canvas with the joy of a man who had nothing left to prove. Some of these late works, like the Musketeer series, were playful, almost mischievous, as if he were winking at the viewer from across the centuries. Yet beneath the surface, there was a deeper current. His final self-portraits, executed with just a few stark lines, were haunting in their honesty. It was the face of an old man, lined with time, yet still alight with curiosity. In those drawings, you could see the weight of a life lived fiercely, without apology. And then there were the ceramics, rustic, earthy vessels that he shaped with his own hands. As if returning to the most ancient form of art, he would press his thumbs into the wet clay, carving out faces and figures, then glaze them in sunburst yellows and deep ocean blues. These were not meant for museums, at least not at first. They were everyday objects, meant to be held, used, loved. In them, he found a kind of quiet satisfaction, a reminder that art could live in the ordinary as much as in the extraordinary. As his body grew frail, his mind remained restless. He would wake in the middle of the night, struck by an idea, and reach for a pencil before the thought could slip away. His last works were a blur of motion, sketches of embracing lovers, bulls charging across imagined arenas, women with faces like moons. Even as his hands trembled, the line never lost its confidence. It was as if the act of drawing was as natural to him as breathing. When he passed away in 1973, at the age of 91, the world mourned not just the man, but the force of nature he had been. His death was front-page news across the globe, yet it felt impossible that someone so alive could ever truly be gone. After all, his work was everywhere in galleries, in books, in the very way people saw the world. He had shattered the rules of art, then built them anew, leaving behind a legacy that would ripple through generations. In the years that followed, his influence only deepened. Young artists studied his brushstrokes like sacred texts, while scholars debated the meaning of his ever-shifting styles. His name became shorthand for genius, for rebellion, for the boundless creativity he had embodied, and yet, for all the grand exhibitions and record-breaking auctions, there was something deeply human in how people connected with his work. A mother might pause before the weeping woman, feeling the sorrow in those jagged lines. A child might giggle at one of his playful ceramics, not knowing it was made by a legend, only that it made them happy. Perhaps that was his greatest gift, not just the paintings or the sculptures, but the way he taught the world to see differently. He showed that a face could be fractured and still beautiful, that a guitar could be made of triangles and still sing. He proved that art was not about perfection, but about feeling, about daring to look at the world with fresh eyes, no matter how old you were. And so, as you drift closer to sleep, imagine that somewhere, in the quiet of the night, a brush is still moving across a canvas. A hand, wrinkled with time, but sure in its motion, is tracing the outline of a dove, a lover, a dream. The work is never done, just as Picasso's spirit never truly left. It lingers in the colors of a sunset, in the curve of a coffee cup, in the way a single line can hold a universe. Breathe deeply now. Let your thoughts settle like dust motes in a sunlit room. The night is gentle, and the stories of great lives are woven into its fabric, waiting to be dreamed. Picasso's hands may have stilled, but the world he shaped still turns, still shifts, still sings with his vision. And in that endless becoming, there is comfort, a reminder that creativity, like sleep, is a quiet, ceaseless tide carrying us forward into the unknown. Close your eyes. Rest. The canvas of the night is vast, and somewhere in its depths, the pencil is still moving. The gentle cadence of our story continues, flowing like a peaceful stream through the next chapter. Imagine, as you settle into the quiet embrace of night, how the world still hums with Picasso's presence. His legacy is not confined to the pages of history books or the walls of grand museums. It lives in the way artists pick up their brushes, in the way children scribble with crayons, in the way a street mural suddenly transforms a dull wall into a burst of meaning. His influence is like a whisper that never fades, a ripple in the creative waters that continues to spread, touching shores far beyond his own time. Think of the countless artists who have walked in his footsteps, sometimes consciously, sometimes without even realizing it. The Cubist movement, which he helped birth alongside Georges Braque, shattered the way we see the world, literally. No longer bound by the rules of perspective, art became a playground of fractured planes and reassembled visions. Decades later, you can still see echoes of this rebellion in modern graphic design, in the fragmented portraits of contemporary painters like David Hockney, even in the way filmmakers play with perspective in cinema. Picasso taught us that reality is not fixed, and that lesson still lingers in the air, as light and ever-present as dust floating in a sunbeam. Then there are those who took his ideas and ran wild with them, twisting them into new forms. Jean Mitchell Basquiat, with his raw, frenetic lines and layered symbolism, owed much to Picasso's fearless dismantling of tradition. Where Picasso broke the figure apart, Basquiat put it back together with poetry and streetwise grit. Or consider the surrealists who followed: Salvador Dali, Frida Kahlo, who, though they walked their own paths, were undeniably touched by Picasso's willingness to let the subconscious guide the hand. The dreamlike distortions, the merging of the real and the unreal, these were seeds planted long ago, now grown into vast, sprawling trees. Even in places Picasso never set foot, his spirit took root. In Japan, the Gyudai group of the 1950s embraced his philosophy of destruction and creation, making art that was as much about the act of making as the final product. In Africa, where Picasso himself found so much inspiration, contemporary artists like El Anatsui weave his love of abstraction into breathtaking tapestries of bottle caps and copper wire, proving that influence is never a one-way street. Art is a conversation, and Picasso's voice is still part of it, soft but insistent, like a distant echo in a quiet room. And what of the institutions that keep his flame alive? The Musée Picasso in Paris, where his works rest in quiet dialogue with one another, each room a testament to his endless reinvention. The Picasso Museum in Barcelona, nestled in the city where he first found his artistic voice, a place where young artists still come to stand before Las Meninas and feel the shock of recognition that art can be a game, a puzzle, a dance. Even outside the halls of museums, his presence lingers. In classrooms, where teachers show students Guernica and speak of art as a weapon against silence. In studios, where a potter might shape a vase with the same playful defiance Picasso brought to his ceramics. But perhaps his greatest legacy is not in the grand gestures, but in the small, everyday moments. The way a designer arranges a magazine layout with bold, unexpected cuts, the way a child, untrained and unafraid, draws a face with both eyes on one side because it feels true. That longing for unfiltered expression, for the courage to see the world anew, is his gift to us all. And so, as you drift closer to sleep, think of all the hands still moving, still shaping, still questioning, because Picasso showed them it was possible. The street artist in Berlin, splashing color onto concrete, the animator in Tokyo, bending reality into new forms, the sculptor in Lagos, molding clay into something that has never been seen before. They may not say his name, but his shadow is there, gentle and encouraging. The night is deep now, and the world is quiet, but somewhere a sketchbook is open. A pencil hovers, a thought forms, and the line, when it comes, will carry with it a little bit of Picasso, not as a relic, but as a living breath, a reminder that art never really ends. It only changes shape, like clouds drifting across the moon, like waves returning to the shore. Rest now. Let the tide of creativity, of legacy, of endless becoming lull you into dreams. The canvas is never blank. It is always waiting. Wrapped in the comfort of these words, we'll drift together into the next part of this soothing biography. There are many stories told about Pablo Picasso, some true, some half-remembered, some spun like legends over time in the quiet of the night, when the mind softens and the world slows down. It's worth gently untangling some of these myths, not to correct or scold, but to appreciate the fuller, richer, more complicated man behind them. After all, no life as vast as his could ever be contained in simple tales. One of the most enduring myths is that Picasso sprang fully formed into the world of art, a genius untouched by struggle or doubt. But the truth is quieter, slower, more human. He was indeed gifted from childhood, yes, but he also spent years copying the masters in museums, studying their techniques, learning the rules before he bent or broke them. His early works were classical, precise, far from the bold abstractions he later became famous for. Genius, it seems, is often a patient thing, built stroke by stroke, layer by layer, just like one of his paintings. Then there's the idea that he worked in bursts of wild, untamed inspiration, flinging paint onto canvas in a frenzy. But those who knew him spoke of his discipline, his routine. He rose early, worked steadily, sometimes painting late into the night, but always with intention. Even his most chaotic-seeming pieces were the result of careful thought, of sketches and revisions. The spontaneity was an illusion, the kind of magic that only comes from deep practice, from knowing the rules so well that breaking them feels effortless. Another story often told is that Picasso was always rebellious, always ahead of his time, always the radical. But the truth is softer, more nuanced. He had moments of doubt, periods where he returned to more traditional styles, where he questioned his own direction. His famous blue period, with its melancholic tones and somber figures, was born out of personal grief, a reminder that even the brightest minds are shaped by sorrow, by the weight of being human. And when he first unveiled Les Demoiselles d'Avignon Asterisk, the painting that would later be hailed as the birth of Cubism, Many of his closest friends and fellow artists recoiled. They didn't understand it. For a time, neither did he. Art moves in tides, not straight lines, and even Picasso had to wade through uncertainty. The myth of the lone genius is another that clings to his name. People imagine him in his studio, solitary, answerable only to his own vision. But Picasso was deeply connected to others, artists, poets, lovers, rivals. He collaborated, argued, borrowed, and inspired. His relationship with Georges Braque, for instance, was so close during the early days of Cubism that their works were nearly indistinguishable. They pushed each other, learned from each other, until their styles eventually diverged, and his many muses, women like Fernand Olivier, Dora Maar, Francois Gilot, were not passive inspirations, but active participants in his creative process. Their own personalities and intellects shaping his work in ways that are often overlooked. Perhaps the most romanticized misconception is that Picasso was always confident, always sure of his place in history. But in letters and private moments, he admitted to fears of being forgotten, of losing his touch, of being surpassed. He once said, "It takes a long time to become young," a quiet confession that even he had to learn how to see the world anew, over and over. The man who painted Guernica Asterisk, that harrowing masterpiece of war and suffering, did so not from a place of detached brilliance, but from anguish, from helpless rage at the horrors of the world. Great art often comes from vulnerability, not invincibility. And then there's the idea that Picasso's later works were the careless scribbles of a man who no longer cared, who had grown indulgent or lazy. But look closer, and you'll see the hand of an artist still experimenting, still playing, still searching. His late paintings, bold, almost childlike, were not a decline, but yet another reinvention. He was unafraid to be messy, to let the lines tremble, to embrace simplicity after a lifetime of complexity. There's a courage in that, a kind of quiet bravery in refusing to stay still. Even in old age, the stories we tell about artists are often simpler than the truth. We tidy their lives into neat narratives, struggle, triumph, legacy. But real lives are messier, richer, full of contradictions. Picasso could be generous and cruel, humble and arrogant, disciplined and reckless. He loved deeply and hurt deeply. He was a man who changed art forever, yes, but also a man who drank coffee in the morning, who laughed with friends, who sometimes stared at a blank canvas and wondered where to begin. And so, as you drift closer to sleep, think of Picasso not as a myth, but as a person full of light and shadow, like all of us. The next time you see one of his paintings, remember the hours behind it, the doubts, the reworkings, the layers of color and meaning. Art is never just one thing, and neither are the people who make it. The night is quiet now, the air soft with the weight of stories told and untold. Somewhere, a brush rests in water, swirling faint clouds of color. Somewhere an idea is forming, slow and uncertain, the way all great things begin. And just as Picasso's legacy is more than the sum of its myths, so too is the act of creation, always unfolding, always becoming, always more than it seems. Rest now, and let the gentle hum of history, with all its complexities and contradictions, lull you into dreams. The canvas is never blank. It is always waiting. Now, as we continue our gentle journey through this remarkable life, let us explore the next chapter. Picasso's life was a vast and winding river, flowing through nearly a century of change, carrying with it the sediment of countless emotions, experiments, and reinventions. To reflect on his legacy is to trace the currents of modern art itself, to feel the way his hands shaped not just canvases, but the very way we see the world. He was a man of contradictions, restless yet disciplined, playful yet profound, always searching for the next way to break the rules he had just rewritten. And now, as the night settles around you, let the story of his journey, the light and shadow of his days, drift through your mind like slow-moving clouds, softening the edges of thought, easing you toward sleep. He began as a child prodigy, his fingers already sure and swift, sketching the world with an ease that seemed almost effortless. But beneath that early talent was something deeper, an insatiable hunger to see beyond the surface, to rearrange reality until it revealed its hidden truths. His blue period, with its sorrowful hues, spoke of loneliness and longing. His rose period softened the palette, whispering of circus performers and fleeting joys. And then came the explosion, the shattering of form, the birth of Cubism, where faces and figures were fractured and reassembled like puzzles viewed from every angle at once. It was as if Picasso had peeled back the skin of the world to show us its bones, its hidden geometry. Yet, for all his revolutionary strides, he remained deeply connected to tradition. He studied the old masters, copied their works, absorbed their lessons, not to imitate, but to transform. Even in his wildest abstractions, there was always a dialogue with the past, a recognition that art was a long conversation stretching back centuries. He painted women as deities and monsters, lovers and muses, sometimes all at once. He sculpted with the boldness of a child playing in clay, unafraid of roughness or imperfection. And through it all, he worked constantly, tirelessly, as if stopping would mean surrendering to some invisible force that sought to silence his vision. His personal life was as tumultuous as his art. Love, passion, heartbreak, and betrayal swirled around him, each relationship leaving its mark on his work. Some say you can trace his emotional weather in the colors and lines of his paintings, the fierce protectiveness of his fatherhood, the tempestuous affairs, the quiet grief of loss. He was not always kind, not always gentle, but he was undeniably alive, burning with a creative fire that refused to be extinguished. And perhaps that is why, even now, his work feels so immediate, so present, because it was never just about technique or theory, but about the raw, unfiltered pulse of being human. Today, his influence is everywhere, woven into the fabric of contemporary art, design, even the way we think about creativity itself. Artists still wrestle with his legacy, some embracing it, others pushing against it, but none able to ignore it. His name has become shorthand for genius, for innovation, for the fearless reshaping of reality. Museums guard his paintings like treasures. Scholars parse his every brushstroke. And yet, there is something deeply personal in the way his work speaks to us. A Picasso is not just something to admire from a distance. It is something to feel, to argue with, to get lost inside. And what of the man behind the myth? He was, like all of us, a collection of moments, some brilliant, some flawed, all part of the same unfolding story. He loved bullfights and poetry, the rough texture of a charcoal line, the smell of wet paint in the morning. He feared silence, emptiness, the blank page that demanded to be filled. He left behind not just masterpieces, but a way of seeing, an invitation to look at the world with fresh eyes, to find the extraordinary in the ordinary, to never stop questioning. The night is deep now, the air hushed, as if holding its breath. Somewhere, in a studio bathed in lamplight, an artist pauses, considering a half-finished canvas, feeling the weight of all that has come before. Picasso's shadow lingers there, not as a burden, but as a spark, a reminder that creation is an act of courage, of stubborn belief in the unseen. So let your thoughts soften, like colors blending at the edge of a dream. Imagine the quiet scrape of a brush against canvas, the slow-drying sheen of oil paint, the way a single line can contain a universe. Picasso's hands are still now, but the world he shaped continues to shift and change, just as he knew it would. Art, like life, is never finished. It simply waits for the next hand, the next eye, the next restless soul ready to begin again. Close your eyes now and let the rhythm of your breath carry you deeper toward rest. The stories will keep, the colors will remain. And somewhere between waking and dreaming, you might just glimpse the edges of something new, something waiting to be born. Sleep well, and may your dreams be as boundless as the imagination of the man who taught us to see the world anew.